Oh, man.
Shut
man,
up.
you way off.
Shut up. Shut up.
Free balling.
See, I knew you were stuck in between two walls.
It got me,
Free
man.
balling is happening, but so is the na-na-na-na-na-nas.
Goddamn Mellencamp.
It's a Tuesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
It is 63 degrees right now. It is going to get up to 80. Cloudy. Some evening showers, it looks like, depending on where you are, possibly. Nothing too bad. But the rains will be coming tomorrow and Thursday. And enjoy the 80-degree weather now because we're about to hit a blast furnace.
Yeah, next week.
Starting Saturday.
Oh.
You ready for these highs?
Yeah.
84.
All right.
89 Sunday. 93 Monday.
93?
94 Tuesday.
No.
Yes. And
Damn.
92 Wednesday. This sucks so much, you know what.
Gonna be like Phoenix.
Sucks. No, because Phoenix is a dry heat.
Yeah, that's true.
The dry heat's not bad.
Yeah.
You know, when you travel, you find that stuff out.
Mm-hmm.
And Rochester, we have our share of things that bring in tourists.
Yeah.
You know, normally it's regional tourism, right? But there is a couple from outside our region that was touring Rochester yesterday.
Oh, really?
I'd like to introduce you to Judy and Mike McNamara.
Where are they from?
I don't know.
Oh.
Oh, no, I'm going to take it back. Southeastern Virginia,
Okay.
according to the story on 13 Wham. And they've been traveling the country. If I had to ask you, Tommy, what a retired couple traveled to Rochester to see on tourism, what would you guess they went to see?
I guess some old crap that we have here.
Some old crap.
Like a bridge.
Oh,
or
I thought you meant they knocked on your door and wanted to talk to you.
Maybe.
The bridge of radio to nowhere. It's out. Kimmy sent me this story, so I can't ask her.
Yeah.
I'm going to say a bridge.
Okay, it was not a bridge.
Okay.
It was not a bridge. Judy and Mike McNamara
Yeah.
visited Rochester yesterday, and they will be here again today because they are on a journey to visit all 681 Texas Roadhouse locations in America.
No.
And
That's what they're doing?
Doesn't make sense to me.
why?
I get, like,
'Cause
if you
it
wanted.
sucks?
Well, yeah, I was going to say, like, if you wanted to tour every city and find, like, the best blank in that city.
Okay.
Or the best type of food. If you're looking
Yeah.
for a type of food, you want to find it in each city. But, like, you're going to a chain where the menu's going to be the same.
Same food.
The
every
building's gonna be the
time you
same.
go.
Yeah,
I don't get what you're looking for, I guess.
No, I mean, Tommy.
Cholesterol?
Tommy, you're right. The food is the same, which
Yeah.
is crazy. Tommy, the building doesn't even change.
No,
Right.
like you walk inside, it's the same decor, same setup.
What differences are you trying to spot? Are you trying to look for differences? Are you just wanting to check off every location? I just don't get it. I don't get what the satisfaction is.
And they're going to hit every one,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I'm
That's what
guessing
they
some
say.
cities have multiple.
Yeah.
Like we do. So
Yeah.
yesterday, they went to the one in Henrietta.
Yeah.
Today, they're going to the Texas Roadhouse in Greece.
Get out of town.
So
Well, they did.
confused.
They had to go from Henrietta
Yeah.
to Greece. Yeah.
But like, if let's say you went to a major city like, I don't know, Columbus.
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Like, maybe they
How
have
many
like
do
4
they
or
have?
5, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you got a week-long
So
Columbus
you
trip.
just do like circle Columbus for a week,
They call it the Roadhouse Belt.
and then it's off to Dayton.
So
I just feel like you're traveling and you're missing out. Like,
Yes.
find something else.
no, Kimmy, they
Like, I get the wanting to travel. That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Doing a whole like
Open
tour
road.
of something or trying to see everything in every city. But I don't get the ambiance, the food. I don't get it.
well, it gets more sad. It gets more sad.
Mo said.
Momo said. So there are 681 Texas Roadhouse locations
Yeah.
across America, and Judy and Mike made their 550th stop, 551st in Henrietta yesterday.
Okay.
So they're almost
Oh,
there.
damn.
They began their mission
Yeah, the Odyssey.
How fast did they do this?
in 2017.
Oh, okay.
So they've been touring the country, now minus COVID for a year
Yeah.
probably, okay, for 8 years.
Many years, many stakes.
This is an 8-year journey of
Of
trying
meat.
to go to every Texas Roadhouse in America.
Eating meat.
And it gets worse.
What happened?
So I'm looking. 13 Wham did a story on this
Yeah.
yesterday, which makes me sad.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean to be a news elitist, but they sent a camera crew down
To talk to them.
to the Texas Roadhouse.
What do you think they have to say?
Like steak.
And the biscuits is good.
So Mike, the husband here, is wearing a Texas Roadhouse hat. The
Jesus,
back
I
of
hope
it,
so.
The back of it is an American flag. The front has got the Texas Roadhouse logo. His wife, Judy, it seems,
Yeah.
she's wearing a white hat, and it's got a bunch of signatures on it.
Oh.
And I don't know this for sure, but I would assume that she has each waiter or waitress autograph her hat.
Oh, okay.
What I'm guessing
Man, that's got to be worth tens.
happened. Okay, so the folks in Henrietta also went out of their way to welcome them.
Oh.
They wrote on the floor in chalk, "Welcome to Henrietta, Judy and Mike, visit number 511." They reserved a table for them with decorations.
Okay.
Looks like the manager of the Texas Roadhouse came out because you could see Mike having a discussion with the manager of the Texas Roadhouse, which was probably a treat for him. It also looks like either this woman, Judy,
Yeah.
makes her own Texas Roadhouse jewelry that she left behind,
Oh.
or somebody gifted them Texas Roadhouse-themed earrings.
Oh. All right.
Everything about this story makes me sad.
Yeah. This is why retirement sucks.
Why? What are you doing?
But
with
no,
your
but
life?
you could be doing something cool. Like I am on a mission to find the best pizza
Sure,
in
yes.
every city.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm on a mission to find the best, I don't know,
Yeah.
like local restaurant in every city. I mean, you could do this in a more fun, satisfying way.
I'm with you 100%. I don't
I
wear.
would think you'd get sick of the food. I
It's
mean,
the most-
anything you eat 600 times, I would think you get sick of.
It's the most. They're not from the Midwest. They're from Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
But this is like the most Midwest story I've ever heard.
Yeah. And here's the thing. I love Texas Roadhouse.
I'm sure you do.
I could go to Texas. Yeah.
I guess they could give you a really honest review of your Texas Roadhouse.
Do you want that, though? Do you want this
yeah.
retired couple to give you an honest review? They don't work for Texas
No.
Roadhouse.
No, but they've been all of them.
How did you not finagle a job with Texas Roadhouse?
Yes,
How are you not in
seriously.
their commercials?
Oh,
I
my
know.
God. Cole, you don't want these people. Like I told you.
Yeah.
Look at the guy. Also,
Like any, I can't think of a chain or really any restaurant that I love that much that I'd be willing to eat there multiple times a day.
now we did find, no, they don't eat multiple times a day. It looks like they do one Roadhouse
Okay.
trip a day because they are staying another day to go to the Roadhouse
Yes.
in Greece. So if you're out in the Texas Roadhouse in Greece, say hi to
Yeah. Celebs are in town, man.
Judy and Mike for us. Again, 252 WCMF. Judy and Mike McNamara. They're a retired couple from southeastern Virginia. They were in Henrietta yesterday. Their 511th Texas Roadhouse trip. They're on a mission to visit all 681 Texas Roadhouses in America. There's a picture, or in the shot, with 13 Wham last night.
Yeah.
There's a waitress, cute, looks like she's in her 30s.
Mhm.
Would them showing up in the middle of the day, because
Yeah.
it looks like they might have been the first customers, is that an exciting thing for that waitress, or is that miserable for that
It
waitress?
has to be miserable.
Okay, I knew you
They
were
are,
going to
but
say
they are
miserable.
like #1 fans of your restaurant.
But you're a waitress. You're busting your ass. You don't really care. You know what I mean?
You couldn't care. You couldn't even force
Not that
yourself
you
to
would
care.
You couldn't
care.
care.
You could not
And
care.
here's the thing, especially if they come in and they're kind of like, "Hey, we're here." You know what I mean?
Like royalty-
Hello.
Texas Roadhouse royalty.
Yes, if they're a little arrogant, if they think we got something going on over
Yeah.
here.
Well, they are the most important customers
Yes.
in Texas Roadhouse.
So if
history.
they don't have any humility, that would suck.
You need
Be humble
Texas
Roadhouse
Roadhouse superfans.
enthusiasts.
Okay.
Are there other people doing this and we don't know?
I
Like
hope
other
not.
people
They don't
like
do it for
visiting
long.
every chain?
You don't go long doing this.
I mean, I'm sure, Kimmy, there's other people that have done this. I've seen stories like this in the past, right? No, but to your point,
yeah.
so they've had 511 of the 681 Texas
Yeah.
Roadhouses, and they've been doing this since 2017. And they're not old,
Well,
but
they
they're
got to be my age.
yeah, they're not young. They might be
Right.
a little bit older. You're reading, like, I'm going to read you a quote from the story.
Yeah.
The couple was asked what their favorite meals were.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What's their go-to?
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Their favorite meals are the sirloin, chicken critters, herb chicken, pulled pork, pork chops, and ribs, which is way more than one. You just named half the menu.
Yeah.
You just named half of the Texas Roadhouse menu. But if you're eating that every day
Yeah.
of your life, and you're at 511 of 681, I would be concerned
Yeah.
that you're not making it to 681.
Yeah. You're not. One of you ain't.
But see, that's the other problem. Here's my question, right? Because they started this journey together.
Yeah.
And I obviously want this couple to live a long life, happy life together. They look happy. I mean, why would they not be? They're eating Texas Roadhouse every day
Yeah.
in different cities. They're like Metallica if Metallica didn't play music and only went to Texas Roadhouse. If, God forbid,
Yeah.
one of them doesn't make it along the way,
Sure.
do you continue the journey?
You have to in their honor.
I don't think so. I think the memories would be too hard.
I think you got to push through it.
You're going to eat alone in a Texas Roadhouse in every city in America.
I think you got to push through. Just because, like, what did we do this for?
No, I think you should be asking that question now. I think that's a fair right now question.
I would hope one of them would continue on.
Why? Because you just want to laugh at them.
Yes, I do.
Oh, they would continue because you gotta. It's almost like doing it in the other person's memory, right? Like they would want me to go on and finish.
So, do you do a Texas Roadhouse kind of like funeral?
Oh, are you talking about a 21 roll salute? Pull. Well, you would also have to like do something to honor them across the table,
Yes.
right? Like put up their picture.
Well, yeah,
every
you
time.
put every time you sit down, you got to put their picture up.
Could you imagine sitting down for lunch at a
No,
Texas Roadhouse?
I would laugh my ass off. If I walked in and somebody was sitting with a picture of somebody,
So that's why you can't keep doing
you
it.
got to do it,
No,
man.
don't do it.
Maybe they'll light a little candle.
But luckily, we're not going to have to worry about that because they're going to make it. They're going to get to all 681.
Well, I do. If you're Texas Roadhouse, like you're gonna do something to honor this couple, right?
There you have. Okay,
No,
so
I mean like
When they
are
hit
they
their-
gonna
hit
put
the
like
mark.
their picture up in every Texas Roadhouse or something?
what do you do?
like-
Give them a gift card?
I mean, those
After
are like
681
those are-
visits?
Yes, those are like the most loyal customers you'll ever have.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
By the way, they also they gave them gifts. There was like a Rochester Monopoly waiting for them when they got there.
Oh,
Cute.
Okay.
Very nice. They must have a ton of this
That's
stuff.
what I
Yeah.
mean. Like, just think of the crap that's in the back of their
Yeah.
whatever pickup truck he's got that's jacked up.
I also want to know what they spend. Like, what this cost
Yeah.
them to go out to eat every day, and you're
Stay,
traveling
yeah.
on top of that, and you're paying it all out of pocket.
All right, here's my question.
What?
Here's my question. Again, talking about Judy and Mike McNamara. They were in Henrietta yesterday. They're trying to visit all 681 Texas Roadhouse locations in America. They have visited 511. They will be in Greece for 512 today. Are they paying for hotels, or are they staying with people they know?
You couldn't do it constantly.
yeah.
How
I
do you
mean,
know?
you
They-
would and where maybe occasionally,
Maybe
but
where it
every
works.
single city.
How do you know? I mean, there are some people that are just very friendly people. They know someone in every region
Maybe.
in
Did
America.
you see their car?
I did not see their car.
They may have a camper.
Ooh,
Oh,
that's
a
no.
good call.
Don't have a camper.
That's a good call.
No.
I bet you they got a
You're
camper.
right.
No,
I
you're
bet you
not.
they do.
Tell me you're not camping in the parking lot of the
If-
Texas Roadhouse.
If
Why
you're
not?
cross country road tripping, you got a camper.
Bro, you wake up, you walk right to your meal.
Okay.
Right there.
You asked me why not. I want you to listen to what I'm going to tell you.
Right, why not?
Here's why not. Because you're camping in the parking lot of a Texas Roadhouse.
What's the difference?
right next to the Ollie's Bargain Outlet.
Yeah, I bet you they got a camper.
Oh, I didn't even think about that, man. If it's a tow behind, does that make it worse?
It's definitely a tow behind. Because those motorhomes are like hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah,
Unless these people got mad bank.
Well, bro, they are eating at Texas Roadhouse
Yeah.
every single day in cities across America. You're right. It's got to be a camper.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this.
What?
All right, let's say, because the camper's probably right, but let's say there are people out there that are just trying to stay with as many people as they can to
Yeah,
visit Texas.
that would be my parents.
Okay, so let's say,
Yeah.
let's go with your brother because your parents have passed away.
Yeah.
Your brother is going to do this. He wants to come up and stay with you
Yeah.
so we can cross off Texas Roadhouse number 511 and 512.
Yeah.
Would you hesitate to accept him?
No, I'd have to accept him.
And he's going to talk about all of his Texas Roadhouse journeys.
That would at least be a pleasant change to what he talks about now.
By the way,
Powerlifting and his urinary track.
he wants to thank you for letting him stay.
Yeah, how's he going to thank me?
Well, after he leaves, on his pillow, folded up,
Yeah, with it.
a Texas Roadhouse polo shirt.
Nice.
And your wife wants you to wear it to work and take a picture so you can see how appreciative he can see how appreciative you are.
I had to wear it to work.
You got to wear it to work, and it smells like rolls and cinnamon butter,
Tommy rolls.
which I'm going to be sniffing you all day, brother. All right, so if you want to meet a couple celebrities,
Yeah.
Judy and Mike will be at the Texas Roadhouse in Greece.
Get there, you could probably have your picture taken with him, get an autograph.
Maybe you could sign Judy's hat.
Oh.
No, that's
No,
probably reserved.
she would
Yeah.
sign your hat.
No, she has a hat.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it's all, like you
that's
said.
not for you.
That's all.
It's not a you hat.
It's either got to be all the managers or the waitresses.
God,
Could be the managers, maybe.
I am so scared to get old.
Oh, it sucks.
So scared.
Like
now.
retirement looks like it just sucks.
Luckily, you didn't save enough money, so you'll never have to worry.
Yeah,
about
I'm good.
He doesn't have camper money.
No, I don't have camper funds.
it. We got a Dynamite Camper Funds kind of breakup for you this morning here on CMF. It's Tuesday. You know what that means?
Where are they camping in the hood?
Outside of the Ollie's Bargain
Yeah.
Outlet. That's where. Kimmy's got a post for the neighborhood app. She's going to read it out loud. She has removed street names and town references, but
Yeah.
there are enough details left where if you listen,
You have to listen, Judy.
you'll be able to figure out. Oh, that would be great. Can we get celebrity where they want and players? Judy and Mike?
Oh, maybe.
Maybe they'll call in today.
The McNamaras?
Those are the perfect names, Judy and Mike.
Absolutely. Where they wine and coming at you just after 9 o'clock, so set your phone alarm, come on back. Or what? I mean, you got nothing else to do. What, are you eating at Texas Roadhouse today? Plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
As we talk about retail, I mean, like these people, despite, restaurant sales being down, they're doing a huge favor to Texas Roadhouse, right? There are some places that aren't so lucky, even though everyone's wife and girlfriend loves these type of stores. A store in Henrietta and Greece has filed for bankruptcy, and they're not going to close, but eventually they're going to have to.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not in the news story. That's a prediction.
Yeah.
Because you don't need 5 of the exact same stores with different names. We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. We had to see this coming. In fact,
Yeah.
the fact that it's taken this long is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Because when you have 5 stores that sell the exact same thing,
Pretty much.
one of them is going to survive.
And they all sound the same.
They have the same name.
Kinda, yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45. We've heard of hit and runs before.
Yeah.
Right? But in this case, you have a woman, due to road rage, according to police, that literally hit. Now, we're not talking a car here.
Yeah.
We'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Home goods, furniture chain store, At Home.
At Home.
At Home has filed for bankruptcy.
What?
There are 2 at-home locations in the greater Rochester area. There is one in Henrietta in the former Tops there on Jefferson Road. There is another one in Greece. And the at-home, just for everyone playing along at home,
Yeah.
they are the giant warehouses that have everything from furniture to outdoor stuff to art to decor to things that like help fix up your house.
Mm-hmm.
At Home, this company, which by the way says they're not closing any locations, they're just filing for bankruptcy to recalibrate.
Yeah.
Okay. At Home is not to be confused with Home Sense,
Okay.
which has multiple locations as well in the greater Rochester area. Those two, At Home and Home Sense, are also not to be confused with Home Goods, which also has multiple locations in the greater Rochester area.
What about Homeboys with a Z?
Homeboys also filing for
What
bankruptcy.
about Homies?
That's the same as Homeboys.
That's the same company?
Yeah, it's a short.
I didn't realize.
Yeah, there you go. All right. So you never like to see a place struggling financially because it means folks who lose their jobs, and that's very bad. We don't want to see anyone lose their jobs. But all 3 of these stores, At Home, Home Sense, and Home Goods, they are the exact same store.
Yes, they are.
They're the same store. You walk into any of these stores, and you would have no idea which store you're in
Yes.
because they're the exact same store. And by the way, At Home, Home Sense, and Home Goods doesn't even include TJ Maxx, Marshalls, and Burlington Coat Factory.
That sell all that stuff.
They have giant sections of all the stuff that the home places sell. And those are just the discount versions because when you walk into Walmart and Target,
Yes.
they have massive areas that sell all of the same stuff that At Home, Home Sense, Home Goods, TJ Maxx, Marshalls, and Burlington Coat Factory sell. What is keeping all of these places in business?
Yeah, because it's almost impossible.
It is not almost. It is impossible. Nobody needs 7 warehouse stores with multiple locations in every community to sell you the exact same stuff.
Yeah. Like, does everybody need a big-ass clock? Because they always had those big-ass clocks in there.
Yeah.
Like, where do you hang that?
On the wall.
But, like, what wall do you have that could support it?
You hang the big-ass clock next to your big wood carving that has Live, Laugh, Love carved into it. That's where you put the big-ass clock. Also available at Home Sense, Home Goods, Homeorama, all these places. And here's the thing. You bring it up, man. You talking about the big-ass clock? Everything in all of these stores is junk. It's all junk.
It'll end up in a garage sale somewhere.
Well,
Yes.
you can buy,
Once you do your redecorating.
Yes.
but you can buy art that are places you'll never go to.
And it's always like the Eiffel Tower,
Yeah.
but it's got like some neon things
Yeah.
coming off
Got some
it.
gems on it.
Like it's just cheesy enough for you to be like, I don't want that.
Yeah,
So,
it's just tacky enough.
thank you. Like, where am I supposed to put 5 paintings of larger dogs cuddling with smaller dogs? Right? And it's not even like you can argue these places are in business because folks are furnishing homes they're moving into because right now you can't even buy a house in the greater Rochester area. And if
That's a great point.
If you do buy a house, you got to spend so much money on the house. I don't know how much money you have left over to buy the useless crap like giant clocks, Live, Laugh, Love, or dogs cuddling with smaller dogs to put on the wall. None of this makes sense.
Well, that's why they're going out of business.
One of them is, but all the rest of them are still going.
Yeah.
Well, there's just so many. And it's also stuff that you can find at Walmart, Target, Amazon.
Yes,
I mean,
Amazon, thank
it's
you.
not like they're so unique. I mean, that you can't go to other discount places and find it for just as cheap.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I feel like there's something more happening here that we're not seeing.
Like what?
Is this like an embezzling scheme?
Oh, you think like they're like, it's like covering up something else?
Well, you know how there's that theory that, there's always 4 mattress stores in the same corner.
Oh, yeah.
On the same 4 corners there right now. And no one's ever in the mattress store.
Yeah.
And somebody went online and like spelled out this long conspiracy theory about how all mattress stores are like embezzling
Fronts.
money. Yeah, fronts for
Okay.
things.
Right, it could be that.
That would be the only way to explain how all of these businesses are staying in. Like inside the mattresses, there's like kilos of cocaine that we don't
So
know
it's the
about.
cartels keeping these things all going.
Is it possible that all of these home places
Well,
are
at least
just,
they're helping the economy.
well, not the good economy, the cocaine economy?
Hey, built Miami.
All right, so these stores are aimed at women,
Oh, yeah.
right? As we talk about at-home filing for bankruptcy, they're not closing, thank God, because you don't want to lose one of your 7 places: At Home, HomeSense, Home Goods, TJ Maxx, Brooks, Go Factory. Do guys have stores like this?
The only-
Equivalent.
It would be Home Depot and Lowe's.
Okay, because like that's the only thing where you can think of the same store replicated.
And like that Harbor Freight or something like that.
Okay, so but like Harbor Freight is like the discount version of Lowe's.
Yeah,
and
it's all
Home Depot.
tools, yeah.
But like I'm going in there to like save money.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, we'll go with Lowe's. That's where your mom works. Lowe's and Home Depot. Those are the same store replicated.
Yeah.
Outside of that,
Mm-hmm.
can you think of another type of store that is exactly the same aimed at men?
Have you ever been to a Tractor Supply?
I have.
I feel like that's kind of more because that has stuff beyond like tools. You know, like there's like an aisle for like dog stuff. There's
Well, that's
an
like
aisle
Country
for
Max.
like camping stuff.
Okay, so but that's what. Okay, but Country Max is local. Tractor Supply is
Right.
national.
Right.
So there isn't really an equivalent to Tractor Supply on a national level, is there?
Not that we know of.
Right? It's more country than Home Depot.
Yeah.
Like I'm getting more
Yeah.
stuff there. Like there's nothing that's similar to Best Buy.
No.
There is nothing that is similar to Dick's. Why do women of the world have 4 of the same exact store to go to? And not only that, they're all near each other.
Yeah. But women like to like shop.
Yeah.
Like guys are in and out, right?
Okay.
Grab the stuff, get out.
Yeah.
Where women want to meander.
Oh.
And these are meandering stores because
Okay.
you can meander forever. Like, do you need luggage? We got luggage. We got all kinds of luggage. Short trip, long trip luggage.
So what your theory is they want to go to multiple
They
stores.
wanna wander.
Okay. You know what that's called?
But
The mall. And the
Yeah.
mall hasn't been like malls aren't doing
Yeah, I
great
know.
recently. So like why is the mall not doing well?
Yeah.
But you're gonna drive up and down Jefferson Road to go to the 5 stores that say home on the front of them?
because I know if my wife is going to Marshall, she's going to hit all the 3 that are right in Pittsford.
Okay.
She's going to do it every time.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You
And
got
if she's in Henrietta,
right
she's
there.
going to do the same thing.
you
yeah.
got the trifecta right
Yeah.
there in the Pittsburgh Colony Plaza.
Yeah.
Yeah. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. All right, KDJ wrote us on Instagram.
Yeah.
Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Runnings is similar to Tractor Supply. All right, I'll give you
So
that.
that's a regional chain, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, all right. So we got Tractor Supply, Runnings, and we'll throw Country Max in
Yeah.
there. Great company. And then you have Home Depot and Lowe's.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it.
Yes.
That's all. There is not another duplicate man business.
Mm.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
explain it to me.
Explain what?
Explain why you need 7 of the same store.
Well, I don't know because I don't are people loyal to their home store? Because like if you go to Home Sense or At Home, it's the same. I mean, there's not much difference between the
No,
two.
because my wife wants to go to all of them.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just kind of thought like you made one stop at one of them. And
No. Dude, but my wife will come home with stuff from all of them.
Mm.
And then she'll show me what she got.
I would
and then she
also-
goes, some of this is going back, she'll say.
Oh,
Because she wants to see it all.
Oh.
See if I like it. If not, I'm taking it back.
how do you remember which home store you
I
bought
don't
it from?
know.
I'm also surprised.
Maybe it doesn't matter.
They don't even realize
Yeah,
it.
they don't care.
I'm also surprised too that there aren't some women that are like too snooty for some of these stores because like the art you're getting at like a Home Sense or At Home, it's like commercial art.
Oh, you hear art
Mm-hmm.
snob over here?
No,
I had an art show
No,
one time.
I am the
at
person that
Lubbock Cup.
shops the cheap stuff. I'm saying like I know women that'll be like, I'm not buying that. That's crap. I want like the
Yeah.
like the nice stuff, the
Okay.
good stuff.
All right.
Like
don't-
I always kind of pictured a lot of those things for like your first apartment, your first like if you're helping your kid decorate like their college dorm room, stuff like that.
But Kimmy, you walk into these places, it's all older women.
Yeah.
And when I say
Yeah.
older, like 35, 40
But are
and
they
up.
buying it for themselves or are they buying
Yeah.
it for other people?
But my wife will go to a McKinsey child sale.
Okay, but that's
which is,
nice stuff.
Right. But then
Yeah.
she will also go to Marshall's.
Yeah, but Marshall's is a little different because that's discounted brand name stuff.
Well, no, sometimes they have their own stuff. Like you can get Mackenzie Childs at the barn sale and then get Emily Wilds at the Marshall.
Oh, yeah, we got the Emily.
Yeah, you get, well, yeah. I mean, you know, you run the gamut.
You need it all, man.
I And like none of this stuff, that's the other thing that blows my mind because like these home stores have been around now for a pretty long time.
yeah.
At least a decade, most of them, right? At Home, HomeSense, Home Goods, Marshalls, TJ Maxx. This stuff doesn't last,
It's designed
no,
not
it's
to last.
very cheap.
which is fine.
That's why I always kind of thought it was like, I didn't think like people that were looking for more high-end items shopped there.
But and like I get getting stuff to hang on your wall because like that's not going to get ruined. It just sits on your wall, right? But like my wife buys like chairs at these places.
Yeah.
Like like chairs for like the island in our kitchen. And every couple of years, like 2 or 3 years, we got to replace these chairs because I'll sit down and it'll just snap in half. And
they
time to go to Home Goods.
A little wobbly.
Okay, fine. We'll go do it again. You know it's going to be garbage. What's the one next to the Marshalls in Pittsburgh? What's that one? Is that HomeSense?
That's
It's a
HomeSense,
home
I
sense.
think.
Yeah.
HomeSense, okay. If you've ever been in there, they have an entire quarter of the store that is dedicated to stone statues you put in your front lawn.
Yes. But some of those things can't stay in your front lawn.
What do you mean?
Because they can't get wet.
Well, they can't go through winter because my wife bought 2 flower pots
Okay.
for the yard. We put them out there. I go to move them in the spring, they completely disintegrate.
Oh.
They can't be outside. You have to bring them in the winter or they break down.
Okay.
Defeats
We didn't
purpose.
know that.
Well, there's your tip of the day.
Yes.
Also, they have a whole aisle, both sides,
Yeah.
of nothing but stone frogs in different positions.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
Why?
It's all those little yard tchotchkes.
Okay, fine. But I don't.
Gnomes, spheres.
Can somebody explain the sphere?
I don't get it.
What's the sphere about?
It's when the light hits it, does retina damage.
No, it's just like you know what really classes long up? A ball.
A sphere.
It's a ball.
Yes.
And then you got to buy the stone thing for the sphere.
Gotta sit in it, yes.
Yeah.
It's amazing that every generation too keeps shopping at these places because you would think like at some point when you clean out your grandma's house or you clean out your parents' house, you're like, I don't want any more of this crap, right? Like you kind of change your sense of style to be a little bit more simple because you don't want all those
Well, that would be your
tchotchkes
generation.
everywhere. And I mean, maybe there are some people that have moved to that, but I still know people that'll load up on
Like
that
your
kind of
age.
stuff.
No,
Yeah.
it is funny. Like, you'll chuck out your grandmother's fondue
Yeah.
set, get in the car,
Right,
and grab
and then
a
go
metal
get one.
flamingo.
But like, does I don't know if your mom does this besides me. Does she push stuff on you?
My mom, our house got foreclosed on, so
Oh,
there's nothing to
okay.
push.
So
Would you like this nothing?
my wife likes she'll like something and then she'll get it for my stepson.
Ah!
Didn't ask for
yeah.
it, but you need this for your house because they were newlyweds just starting out, right? So she started pushing like, you need this in your house, you need that in your house, and then she'll just send it to him.
Well, it's funny, too, you bring up that because they sell, like, homeware stuff.
Yeah,
too.
yeah, they got it's endless.
Like, they have 17 different tools that will cut an avocado differently.
Yeah.
Why? I don't need
And
them.
we've got them all.
And they all break by the third avocado.
Yes.
Right? Like, now I got metal strands in my avocado.
So my wife for a while got on a cutting board kick.
Oh, you got a lot of cutting boards.
So she bought a high-end cutting board, and it sits out on our counter all the time.
It's a display cutting board.
Can't use it.
No, you can't.
So we have a
Scratch
cutting
it up.
board
What?
on top of it.
You put a cutting board on the cutting board.
It gets worse, my friend. So they're both wooden cutting boards. Right?
Okay. All right.
So one day I cut some red onion on it, right?
Yeah.
She goes, it smells. Don't do that.
On-
So, which one? Both of them. Don't use them. So when I want to cut something that smells, I have to put a third cutting board. I'm not making this up. A third cutting board, which is one of those polyurethane, like it's that wood.
Plastic
Okay.
one?
Yeah. To cut on it. So when I'm cutting on that, I'm cutting on 3 cutting boards. That one gets washed and put away. The other 2 stay out.
So it's cutboardception.
So I have 3 cutting boards we use. One is just for looks.
I think you just explained how these places stayed.
Yes.
3 cutting boards.
Yeah.
We'll wrap it up with this.
Yeah.
Sarah writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. It's about knowing what to buy. There are things at those stores that are crap, like furniture. There are things that are good deals. Lamps and organization and rugs are significantly cheaper than Target and Walmart, but furniture and outdoor decorations are stupid and expensive.
And this is what women say in their heads all the time. Whatever they want in those stores is the good stuff, and the rest of it's crap. That's how they justify it in their heads.
Man.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there is a woman who, not to stereotype, maybe she would have stayed out of trouble inside a HomeSense instead of where she was, because road rage will make you do a whole bunch of crazy things. It should never make you do this.
Okay.
But what this woman is accused of doing may not even be the craziest part of this story.
Oh.
Because the victim, it seems, wasn't going to call the cops. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Road rage is going to happen.
Oh, sure.
What's most important, Tommy? How you control it.
Mm-hmm.
Yelling to yourself in the car, that's not a big deal.
Yeah.
But what this woman allegedly did, a different story.
Oh.
However, The most surprising part of this very surprising story
Yeah.
may not be the actual allegations, but how the victim of the situation reacted. Because it seems like this was almost an incident that none of us ever heard about.
Damn.
You're hanging out in the break room on just Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We encourage you to log on to the Odyssey app,
Logo.
WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. Our live stream is up and rolling. We
Okay.
all look great today.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
We're all in our summer wear.
Yes, that's right. Well, it's going to be 80 degrees outside.
Yes.
Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't look.
I
That's why I'm in
literally-
a sweatshirt.
I did the forecast this morning. The Break Room WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. Also, just after 7 o'clock, you know, Rochester Sexiest Dad is over, but that
Yeah.
does not keep men from pursuing sexiness. And there is something that, based on what my wife prefers and what Kimmy prefers in her husband, that we may have accidentally stumbled upon
Oh,
to make all of you men sexier.
damn.
And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the Break Room on CMF. This story went down in Victor about a week ago,
What happened?
but we are just hearing about it today. Authorities say a 23-year-old woman got into a minor road rage encounter with another woman.
A minor rage.
It says minor road rage encounter.
Okay.
That's how it started. We don't know what happened there,
Yeah.
but the allegations tell us what may have happened next, because it seems it went from minor to major when authorities say this 23-year-old woman hit the other woman with her car.
So they rammed her, I guess?
Not like her car, like hit her body
Oh.
with the car.
Oh,
Hit her with the car.
god damn, girl. Jesus, so this poor woman.
Yeah, and if that wasn't bad enough,
Wait, there's more?
authorities say the 23-year-old took off after
Oh.
striking the victim with her vehicle. How much road rage do you have?
That's a lot. So that means the other woman got out of the car.
Or
Well, no,
she was.
or she was
or they-
on the it sounded like it was a crosswalk.
So
or
I didn't see
something.
those details. Could
Okay.
be?
The
right.
way I read it, it seemed like she was walking near the road for some reason, which I guess I assumed it was like an area where people cross the street.
So bumped her, hit her,
It says hit her with the car.
and then took off.
Yes.
Right.
So like when we talk about road rage here, like there are levels
Oh, yeah.
of rage, right? Like gesturing towards someone, that's a ballsy move.
Yeah.
And it goes from there to like yelling stuff out the window, following them, getting out of the car. All of that is insane. You should never do that.
Yeah.
But to decide your best course of action was to hit this person
Right.
with my car.
And you have the upper hand. You have the car. So
Yeah.
it's not like you
Yeah.
can say necessarily. I mean, I guess I don't know what happened, but you can't really say you felt threatened.
No.
Yes.
Unless that person has a gun, which the
Unless,
story does not
unless
say that.
something happened where she threatened you. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like to Kimmy's point, when you play rock car pedestrian.
Yes.
All right, so far,
Yeah.
this story is nuts, right?
Yeah.
Well, we haven't even gotten to the craziest part of this story.
What's left?
It says the victim of the road rage incident
Yeah.
later sought medical treatment for the physical injuries from the accident. So that means potentially, one, they walked away from this,
After being
Yeah.
hit by the car.
which is, I mean, I guess that's possible. We've seen that
yeah,
happen
you were
before.
grazed.
But more shocking,
Yeah.
were they not going to call the cops?
Yeah. So,
Maybe it could be one of those things where your adrenaline was going. You didn't really realize you may have been a little bit hurt, you know?
No, but let's
and then,
say you're
like,
not.
once that wears off, you're like, okay, yep, there's pretty decent injury here.
I get the injury part of it. I get that, right? And it sounds like that person's okay, by the way. So
Yeah.
that's
yeah.
good. But like, forget the fact that I was injured or not injured. I would think
yeah.
most
You-
people,
Yeah.
Yes.
even if you hit me with your car and don't injure me, I'm still calling the cops.
Oh, yeah.
You hit me with your car.
What if they just bumped you a little bit?
I'm still
Would
calling
you-
the cops. Like,
Oh,
are
yeah.
you meant to bump me?
Like, let's say you're standing in an area where they started to go and you happen to get bumped.
Like a little nudge from the car?
Little nudge.
Okay, but was it an accident or did they do it on purpose?
I don't know.
Oh, no. I'm calling the cops.
You're going to tell me, Kimmy, there is a situation where someone in a road rage incident could
I mean,
hit you with their
see,
car.
I would
Yeah.
call the cops more out of like I'm pissed at this person.
Yes!
More
Yes.
than like I'm hurt by the bump.
Nah, if you use the car in any kind of direction at me, I shouldn't say that because I did sleep with that girl.
Yes, you did
Yeah.
But
this.
that wasn't road rage.
No,
Well,
what was
it kind of was.
It was more. Well, it started out of the car when
All
we
right.
were just hanging out.
We do have to catch everybody up because we are picking up new listeners every day.
We are.
No. So when Tommy was engaged
Yeah.
to his fiance in Kentucky back in the early 90s.
Yeah, I was working at a club in Tampa,
Uh,
and I was that? Oh, and I was sleeping with a girl down there.
And what was her name?
Her name was given, but my buddy used to call her Troutmouth
Troutmouth.
because she, She also had a bald
She had
spot
a
on
bald
her head.
spot on the back of her head.
So we were hanging out.
But
one
you
day.
also referred to her as Trout Mom.
Oh, yeah, we all did.
While you were cheating on your fiance
Yeah.
in
with her.
Kentucky.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
And she found out that she didn't know I had a fiance.
So Trout Mom thought she was the only woman.
Yes.
A trophy, if you will.
Yes. So she got in her car and took off, MF and me, and she left. And all of a sudden, I hear her turn around, and she's coming back. So I thought she was just going to come back and yell at me some more. She aimed the car at me. She was coming at me with the car. I jumped up. I didn't know I had 3 foot of vertical in me, but I got on top of a picnic table, and she just missed that table, and then locked up the wheels and came out of the car. Wanted to fight me.
Sure. And you didn't call the cops?
No.
And then what happened after that?
I ended up sleeping with her that night.
Okay.
Just to cool her down.
Yeah. So is that your standard road rage move?
Yes.
Guy gets out of the car after he tries to hit you with the car. Listen. Turn out the lights.
Hey, it works. It cools people off.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this 23-year-old woman. The incident happened out in Victor. Police say this started as a minor road rage encounter with another woman, looked to be a pedestrian. That turned into what sounds like a major road rage encounter because police say the 23-year-old woman hit the other woman with her car. Even more insane, it says in the story the victim later went to the hospital. It sounds like she didn't or was not going to call the cops after someone allegedly hit her with the car. So you're not turning the other cheek, even though you already have done that. In fact, you spread them cheeks open after it was
I tore
done.
them cheeks up.
Kimmy, you said you could find it in yourself to not call the cops.
Like I would struggle with it if I wasn't hurt, really. Like, do I want to deal with this? Like, is it worth the frustration?
What?
But I think I would call the cops more just because this person thought that they could do that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
More like this person's not going to get away with it.
I find it funny how neither of you are concerned that person should be reported to the cops because they have it in them to hit someone else with their car.
That's why I would call not so much what they did, but what they're capable of.
Okay, but you didn't say that until just now.
No, I did.
Okay, all right.
Because I said I might
I'm not
be
thinking
hurt.
that deep. You're right. I'm thinking it just you tried to kill me with your car.
Yeah, and then you're having sex with him and going about your way. Alicia writes us, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us on Instagram. Money, baby! I'd be calling the police and playing up the injuries.
What money you think broke down 23-year-old girl has? Where are you getting money?
Well, you go after the insurance company. That's what you do.
If they have it.
Okay. Here's the thing, Alicia, if you could not describe committing insurance fraud on our airwaves, that would be
money, baby.
That'd be awesome. So even better.
Yeah.
The reason we are finding out about this story today and not last week, the 23-year-old woman that was accused of using her car as a weapon was just arrested yesterday.
Oh.
Now, the alleged incident happened June 10th, meaning, Kimmy, after 5 days of no consequences, this woman had to think she got away with it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I would think like maybe she thought nobody knows who I am. Maybe nobody got my car, my license plate. So
pulled a fast one.
Very possible she thought she was in the clear.
Okay, so I want you to think about this.
Yeah.
Putting yourself in the head of this 23-year-old who allegedly hit someone else with her car.
Or maybe she thought that cops weren't called.
Okay, but that's what I mean.
Also
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah. You would still have paranoia for a little while.
I would think.
I hope.
How long until that paranoia of somebody's going to be showing up at my front door with a badge and a nightstick goes away?
5 days, I would think I'm in the clear.
It seems short.
I mean, they haven't done anything about it. I think
I would
I'm
think
cool.
a few days. I would give it almost like 2-3 days and you didn't hear anything.
A week.
So 7 days.
Oh, yeah.
And you think you're clear.
Yeah.
Do you drive,
Might do it again, see?
you drive that car around?
Oh, yeah.
Wait.
In the same area.
Nobody reported it.
Okay, but somebody could see that car and be like, that's the one I watched hit that woman. Oh, I didn't understand you had that you were using the man defense. But Your Honor.
I'm rolling.
23-year-old kid here too.
Yeah.
May still live with her parents.
Oh, sure.
And I'm sure this woman, if the allegations are true, did not tell anyone she hit a stranger with her car.
Yeah.
There is no way when the cops come and arrest you to paint the story to your parents that you were not the aggressive psycho, right?
Yeah.
Like no one could tell you a story where they hit a person outside of their car unarmed, and at the end you'd high five him and be like, yeah, you got them. Right?
I mean, unless you're a whole family of hotheads.
But even a hothead in a not hothead moment would go, oh,
yeah,
that was a overreaction.
I'm trying to think of a way you could explain it that would, like, unless you said, like, she wouldn't move from the front of my car, but even then, So it's like she wouldn't let me go anywhere, so I just started moving the car.
It was
you
one of
know?
those Tiananmen Square moves where he's in front of the tank.
Kimmy doesn't know what that is.
I do too.
She doesn't?
I said I do too.
She says she does.
Okay. All right.
You already described it, so we
Right.
can't ask.
No.
Damn it.
No, but short of them having a I'm going to
You
go.
can't, you can't explain that away.
Yes,
man.
I'm going to go ahead and assume that the law is going to side, even if the person's being
Yeah.
a dick, with the person that is
Oh
standing.
no,
in
Yeah.
front
I
of them.
the law. You're saying explaining it to
Somebody
your
else.
family
Okay.
or
Like you to
somebody
your
else.
father. Yeah, you did the right thing, honey.
Yeah, like and trying not to sound like a crazy person. I mean, maybe that's how you'd paint the picture.
It is also surprising if there were witnesses. None of the witnesses. Maybe the witnesses did call the cops.
Yeah.
Who knows? Let me ask you a question.
What?
Let's say you're walking in Pittsburgh.
Mhm.
You see a situation, road rage incident. 23-year-old girl hits another woman with her car. Doesn't like knock her down, knocks her sideways. Ow, she's holding her leg.
Yeah.
Are you calling the cops as a witness?
Am I the only witness?
You don't know.
But there's like people around?
Maybe.
Probably not.
You would watch someone hit someone else with their
Well,
car.
you make it sound like it was like a paid event I went to.
You literally just said, of course I'd call the cops if they hit me. I'm going to not
Yes.
call the cops. You watch it happen, you're not calling
Why
the
don't? Why did the person that got hit call?
They've been hit with a car. I don't know. They got other things going on.
I probably will not call.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
you calling the cops if you witness this happen?
If I witness it, like I'm the only one that sees what's
Let's say you're the
going
only
on.
one in the neighborhood.
I mean, I feel like I would have to.
Have
I
to,
mean,
but
I
not
would.
That's
but
not
I,
a yes, by
well,
the way.
Not really
well, isn't
wanting
the
to.
person that I would let that person make the decision first.
Yeah, there you go.
Like I would stick around and give my statement
No,
of
I
what
ain't
I
doing that
saw.
either, man.
But if that person that was involved in the incident doesn't call, then I guess like who am I to get them involved?
You should arrest the person who.
Yeah, but again, if the victim of this incident doesn't want to call the cops, and
Yeah, it's really
I
not my
don't,
All
business.
right. Let's
I
say
don't
you
want to
watch.
do that for them.
All right. Let's say you watch somebody shoot somebody else.
Shoot 'em.
Shoots him in the leg. Bang.
Like, what if that person is avoiding the cops for some reason? I don't want to be the one to like.
So if
Get
I
him
see
in
a
trouble?
shooting,
You see a shooting, shot in the leg. You go, oh my God, are you okay? Yeah. Let me call the cops. No, it's fine. You calling the cops?
no, yeah, no.
There's a guy walking around with a gun shooting people. He
Well,
just
he
shot
has-
somebody. And you're not going to call the
Well,
cops.
but yeah, maybe it was isolated. He just wanted him shot.
Even if that's the case, he shot him.
But I don't know why he shot him.
Does it matter
What if he's
why
just
he
used dick?
shot him?
What if he was cheating with a fiance in Kentucky and they shot him?
Because he wasn't sleeping with him. Calming down the situation. Turn out the light.
Light.
Spread open. No
I mean,
shit.
I guess gun. Yeah, I call it.
Yeah, I guess. You guys are the worst
Well,
people
gun would
ever.
be scary because gun. I
Yeah, I don't
would
want
think
that
that they
guy
could
coming
use
from
on
me.
anybody.
I love that.
The
When
car-
I'm
like,
in danger.
No, because like the road rage incident is between two people,
Right.
and again, I'm letting the victim make the call.
How
in
is the
that
gun not? The
situation.
gun is also between two people.
Yeah, but what that guy comes back with a gun for
Yeah.
me now?
What if that guy comes back with a car for you? Stand here. I'm going to get my junker. You're not worth my Lexus. All right, let's take a break. You want to be attractive to your partner.
Yeah.
And the break room, by accident, may have stumbled upon an equation that will make you a sexier man
Oh,
to your lady.
your lover?
Yeah, well, because women, they want tough guys in some ways.
Yeah.
And they want soft boys in other ways.
Like a smooth man?
You got it. In fact, these two things that are very similar. One,
I think Tom's gonna be on board with one, but not the other.
well, he doesn't have either.
Not according to him.
Well, why does he show them off then?
Oh, good question.
Ah.
We'll never know.
We're going to make you a sexier man
Okay.
if you are willing to make these sacrifices.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Oh, Rochester's sexiest dad competition has come and gone.
Yeah.
Big shout out to Sexy Gary for pulling it off. Proud of you, buddy. But men will never stop trying to figure out what women are attracted to. And it turns out that maybe two similar things need to be completely different on your body for her to be really turned on.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. There are people who, on Sunday, looked out their window to see A Baby on a Roof.
What?
One of the worst musicals you will go see. Baby on a Roof.
So there was a kid, like a little toddler?
A 10-month-old baby.
Well, that's less than a toddler, right?
Yeah, that's a 10-month-old. It's a baby.
So they don't even walk yet, right?
No, they were babying on a roof.
So where were the parents?
We will get into how said baby ended up on said roof just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So my wife has been doing something strange the last couple of months.
What's that?
I got calluses on the inside of my hands. They're like really rough, gross. And I wouldn't have thought that my wife would be cool with that, being a dermatologist.
Sure.
Yeah, and you're not
probably
like a working guy.
She
You're
sees
just a soft boy.
Did you say that in light blue jeans with a button-up shirt with an embroidered design in the bottom left-hand corner?
Sure did.
Okay, great. You were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry?
Well, she sees a problem. She probably wants to fix it.
Oh,
got
yeah.
Yeah. But here's the thing. When
Right.
my wife is, when we're sitting around and she's like holding my hand or whatever,
Yeah.
she'll start to play with my calluses.
Ugh.
She'll like pick at them. She'll run her fingers over them. Why is that gross to you?
This is gross, man.
Have you ever run your fingers over calluses?
I mean, I get picking your own calluses,
Yeah,
but
but
I
yeah,
wouldn't
you're-
want to touch somebody else's.
No, she'll
Yeah.
like graze her finger over my callus. You want to
yeah,
try it?
yeah, that's gross.
You want to try it and see if you like it?
No.
Come here.
Touch your ass.
If I try and hit you with my car, will that change things?
Yeah, maybe.
So finally, after like a couple of weeks of
Yeah.
her doing this, I asked her about it.
That would annoy me.
My wife told me
Yeah.
that she's into it.
Into what?
She likes a man with rough hands,
Okay.
which is great news for me. Awesome. But it doesn't make a lot of sense because past my wife being a dermatologist and all, I would have thought women would be into a more delicate touch.
Well, that's something that's going to be like sandpaper.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like I didn't think rough hands would do it for women.
I think like looking like you work with your hands could be sexy to
Like
women.
a man.
Why'd you say it like that?
Is it manly?
No, she said looking like you
Yeah.
work with your
Well,
hands.
because I mean, you could have like like a rougher man hand without like doing a tough job.
I
every
felt
day.
personally attacked by that statement. I'm
Yeah.
just saying.
But I guess it's a more manly. It's a macho thing, right? Like you do,
I-
like you do stuff with your hands.
Yeah, I
You're a
also
handyman.
think there is like she wants your hands to look a little rough to an extent.
Okay.
Like I think like
All
for me
gnarled up.
personally, I draw the line at like dirty fingernails.
Okay, well that's dirty. That's not rough. It's dirty.
Yeah,
There's a
yeah,
difference.
but sometimes it goes hand in hand.
Well, yeah, because if you're working outside
Yeah.
all day or
Right.
on
We're
machines,
doing
you're
certain
gonna be
jobs. Yeah.
they're gonna be filthy.
You get lava soap, buddy. Takes care of all of it.
Okay.
Okay, so here's the thing. So I bring this up to Kimmy yesterday, the
Yeah.
rough hand question, because I was confused by it,
Yeah.
right? And you said yes, women prefer rough hands.
I don't mind like rough hands.
However-
it doesn't bother
His
me.
hand, right?
No, that's not a rough hand.
That's a soft ass baby hand.
I have really nice hands.
You
I could
don't-
be a
That
hand
is a
model.
manicured hand.
What?
Yeah, my nails are on point. You don't trim your nails and file them and stuff?
No, I cut them.
File them too.
You
Yeah.
file your
Damn.
nails?
Yeah.
Kimmy.
Yeah.
So I bring this up to you off mic yesterday out of curiosity,
Yeah.
and you agreed women are into rough hands, but then
Yeah.
you said something that makes no sense.
Yeah, because it doesn't apply to another area of the body.
The
Feet.
dong? Oh, the rough dong. Old callous
Because-
dong.
because
That's a
they-
working dong right there.
Callous Dong sounds like the third guy killed in the Civil War. Old Callous Dong came down from Manassas.
Rough hands,
All right.
sexy. Rough feet, disgusting.
And you said you have a problem with rough feet in your
And,
household.
so my husband's feet they can get pretty gross because
Okay.
he's a big barefoot guy. Like he will walk outside barefoot, walk everywhere barefoot. He never puts on freaking shoes.
Deadhead.
Yeah, that's it.
So I'm like, I think it's not set in stone yet, but I think I convinced him to come with me to get a pedicure. He says he's thinking about it, and
Okay.
that's as far as I've gotten. But I'm like, yes, let's do it. Let's get those feet scrubbed, man.
But you want your husband to get a pedicure so he has
yes.
softer, daintier
I mean,
feet.
they don't even have to be soft and dainty. It's just like clean them up a little.
Okay, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. So what we are determining here in this room,
What's that?
based on Kimmy as our sole female representative, and again, we love to hear from you ladies, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Women need rough hands and soft feet
Smooth feet.
on their
Smooth
man.
feet,
All right.
rough hands.
All right, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, because you don't do anything with their feet.
Thank you. What am I, some kind of gorilla?
Yeah.
But I think like a rough foot really stands out.
But when is
And
the
well, go ahead.
when's the last time you came in contact with your
I
husband's
told you, my
foot?
husband is always barefoot.
No, but I'm saying like your
and
body.
it bothers
does-
me too when he puts his feet on things.
Oh.
I'm like, ugh.
Oh, man. No shoes, foot on the table. That's going to creep me the F out.
Okay.
Not on the table, but like I
Anywhere.
don't know, just up on the couch.
Ugh.
Just,
Okay, like I will put my hands all over my wife's body, right? Like it'll be on her abdomen.
Yeah.
Get all up in that. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
All of a sudden you got scared. All of a sudden you
Why
bitch
am I
ass
talking about you
Oh,
touching your wife?
why? We're in love. We're married. We have 2 children.
She's your lover, I forgot.
I am allowed to slap my
Touch
wife
your lover.
on the butt. Yeah, I mean, like that's okay. I have committed to life to her.
All right.
Right? But like my rough hands are running on her arms and abdomen and all that
Yeah.
stuff. My feet never touch my wife.
Yeah, if
Still
they
pay
do, you're doing
attention.
it wrong.
we still pay attention to your feet though. Like if you're a big flip flop guy, you got to look at your feet all the time. If you when
you
you when you
shouldn't
climb
see-
into bed at the end of the night, and
Yeah.
you got rough, gross feet.
Yeah, that's nasty.
Like it grosses me out now because now now I share the covers
Yeah.
with you.
I'm with her on that.
So you want your man to have soft feet.
Ugly feet, man, it just creep me the F out. And if your feet, you look dirty.
Every guy goes a little too long before he clips his toenails.
Oh, I'm
Every
guilty of that.
guy.
Yeah, I'm guilty of that. But here's the thing. Like
So I'm a weekly on that.
you weekly trim your toenails?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any
Fast
nails
they
left?
grow.
I do my nails once a week.
I do my nails
Yeah.
once a week. He
And I've had
says-
a pedicure one time on air,
Yeah,
and it was amazing.
it's great.
It really
You don't have to get like toenails painted. They scrub your feet.
they trim them,
Yeah.
they groom them. Yeah,
Okay, so let's talk about that.
yeah,
Pedicures with your husband semi-agreeing to go and you having done one.
yeah.
They are becoming more popular with men. It's not like men are running out to get them.
Yeah.
But
Well,
it's
I've-
estimated last year 22 million men in America got a pedicure, which would be about 1 in 5 adult men.
Yeah.
The salons I've been to, they also now offer like a man feature. Like it's just for men and pedicures or manicures.
What do I get?
I don't know. It's
They
just
use a
like
sanding
they-
belt.
Yeah. They make it sound really basic. You know what I mean? So you don't feel like
It doesn't
you're-
sound sissy boy.
It's more for like your ego than anything.
Okay, but I still
This
think
is they're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
well, but here's the thing. That's the salon, or what would you call a place that does pedicures?
It's
nail
just salon does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. They're not very welcoming to guys. Like haircutting places have figured out how to cater to basic male instinct.
Yeah.
Because like you go to Trends with a Z, which is not aimed at men.
No.
Based on your outfit.
Yeah.
But like some of those same women that work there have opened up places that they put sports in it or they put booze in it.
Yeah.
And it's the same place, but all of a sudden guys are like, yeah, I'll go into that place. Kimmy, if there is a
You're right.
market for
maybe
men
we're missing out on something here.
Yeah.
Right. Get
There are a couple of them around town that are just for guys.
where you can get a pedicure and watch sports
Well,
and drink bourbon.
they're just basically they're like a male salon. Same thing, but it's. I thought there was 2 at one time in Pittsburgh.
Just for like the purpose
For
of
dudes.
feet and
Hair,
hands.
everything.
Oh, hair.
Oh, so it does all of it.
Yeah, I thought they did.
I'm still out of the pedicure. I don't think it's a bridge too far for me. What's the point?
But what if it was at a place like that where like you could get your hair cut and have that done at the same time?
I'm not opposed to because here's the thing. My wife was like, "You're going to get a pedicure. We're going to go to
Yeah.
the girly place." I'm
Yeah.
fine. I'll go.
Yeah.
It's just the.
But you wouldn't walk in by yourself. I feel like you need somebody there to hold your hand through it.
Well, yeah, and would be my wife because she likes my rough hands. But no, like it's a bridge. It's just too much time. Like I don't want to
It's
put.
very relaxing.
I don't want to put the time in. I don't care enough to do it. I don't.
But you
Really?
don't have to do it that often. Every now and then, just get a little cleanup.
But what am I getting out of it?
Nice feet.
Wow.
It feels good. I'm telling you, it feels good for you too.
Yeah, if my feet feel gross and nasty, I just feel dirty.
I would also feel bad for the woman doing my feet.
Well, that's she makes her living.
No, I understand, but like she makes a living on like girl feet,
Yeah.
not like my feet.
I understand.
It's like 12 and a half coming in here.
Yeah.
Scrubbed on my foot. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. We have stumbled upon a new equation for the sexiest kind of man. Rough hands, soft feet.
Yeah.
Kimmy and my wife apparently agree that rough hands are good on men, whereas they want soft feet. Kimmy now trying to talk her husband into getting
I've
a
been trying for
pedicure.
years.
Okay, so here's the thing. It is easy for men with rough feet to go get those fixed.
Yeah.
The more complicated part of the equation,
What's that?
making your hands rougher.
Oh. Yeah, you can't really make
Well.
rough hands if you don't have them.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Well,
Unless-
you can. You're going to have to do something.
Yeah. Start working out maybe more. Sometimes that gives you those calluses.
Well, like you said, either you have rough hands because you have like a manly
Yeah.
job or you don't know how to use a kettlebell the right way. Are there things outside of that?
To rough up your hands?
Could you like rub sandpaper on? I'm being dead ass serious.
No, that
That-
would
I
actually
mean-
smooth them out more.
Oh, good point. Yeah.
What it does to wood.
Wait, would it? No, it would toughen them up. It would
no,
just take
it would just.
No, because the layer would come back thicker, wouldn't it?
I think it would be.
I don't know if
I
that would
wouldn't
really
even
work
want
the
to
way
think.
you
I'm
think.
not suggesting that, but there has to be some.
You'd have to walk around holding something
Yeah.
all day.
You'd also kind of look like a psychopath
Yeah.
trying to rough up your hands. Like, I think if it doesn't happen naturally, just let it go.
Okay, but what's the difference? I'm asking a serious question. If I am going to get a pedicure,
Yeah.
only because my wife would be attracted to daintier, smoother feet.
Well, I don't know
What
if she's
is the difference?
attracted to it. I think it just,
Okay, except happier with.
yeah.
Okay, if I'm willing to do that, why would it make me a psychopath to make my hands rougher? It's the same thing.
But I mean, does she really want rough hands all the time?
This is what my wife says. She's playing. I mean, bro, you ain't stroking my calluses.
Yeah.
She is. She's all up in my calluses.
I would
son.
be afraid if I'm downstairs, I'm going to snag it on something.
So here's the other thing too. Like if she's wearing delicate like clothing,
Yeah.
I feel
Oh
my
yeah, you're going to snag it.
I feel snag every once in a while.
Yeah.
And she has noticed it. I think I might have ruined a couple shirts, but I haven't said anything.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, here you are.
No, I would have thought the same thing with the.
Yeah, I
gentle
also
parts.
don't want calluses.
Why is it going to ruin your overall motif?
Yeah, I mean, I think I got nice hands.
But what do you need nice hands for?
Everything.
Like
I get to eat
To eat.
Shake
I can
hands.
eat food.
when I'm dressed up
I mean,
nice.
just because he has callous hands doesn't mean they're not clean.
Yeah, I mean they're not, but they could be clean. I could scrub them.
Yeah, I scrub.
No, but you literally don't need your hands for anything.
Yes, I do.
No, you
I
don't.
got
What?
steer.
I can do all of these things you're describing with my callous hands. It's not like I got two blocks on the end of my arms. I feel like we're missing $1 million business
Yeah.
making men's hands rougher.
Rougher.
Because there are
The
stupider
rough
things.
hands. We have the good feet and the rough hands.
But tell me, there are stupider things that like bro influencers on Instagram make millions of dollars with.
Yeah.
You just put a lion on a bottle of pills, guys will take that pill.
Okay.
And if it matters to women, why would guys not be interested in buying our hand sander?
But
So,
here's what would be weird. If I knew you didn't work out, I knew you didn't really play any sports, I knew you didn't have a tough job.
Yeah, I
but
walk
you
in
have
here and I got
rough
gnarled up hands.
It might be she might see that as a little strange.
I would look deformed. It would look like I had some kind of like birth defect
There-
that where I was like lobster boy.
There has to be a story behind your rough hands, and I think that's what she's more attracted to than just the rough hands.
Okay, so it's not the feel.
So no, like I think it's more like it's a sign that you're working out hard, right? So the rough hands kind of come along with that, and maybe that's what it is more for her than just
yeah, where'd
the
you
rough
get those
hands.
rough hands? Oh, the callus store.
Yeah.
You can lie.
I go in there once a week. Tony fixes me up real good.
All right, we got a ton of folks writing us on Instagram. You want men or women first?
Well, I think this is a lady subject.
Okay, let's talk to Julie. Duffy on WCMF is the easiest way to get us on Instagram. Julie writes, rough hands means tough guy. Women want tough guys to feel protected. It's not complicated. Rough hands don't always mean tough guy. I am not a tough guy. There are things you could do. Your brother is a woodworker.
Yes.
He has rough hands, I would assume.
Yeah.
He carves
Totally.
birds.
Yeah.
Is he tough?
Well, he was maybe earlier in his life. Not now. That is 78.
So no, then.
No.
Okay. So
But my father-in-law Tony was in construction his whole life.
Okay.
His hands didn't even look like hands.
What do they look like?
They looked like miniature catcher's clubs. Like they were just so beat up.
It is amazing how those fingers swell.
Bro, his hands just look. I don't know what they look like, but they did not look like hands or on a normal man.
Christine writes us on Instagram, by the way, her handle is Lady Snickerdoodle, which I love for some
All
reason.
right.
Nasty feet is poor hygiene. Nasty feet on clean sheets is gross.
Yes.
Is this a sheet argument? Have we been having a sheet argument the
Yeah,
whole time?
I mean,
Yeah.
that probably is the number one thing about his gross feet that bugs me.
All right, let me ask you this, because we've been talking about women this whole time.
Yeah.
Kimmy, you want a husband with rough hands, it's smooth feet, which is
Yes.
one of my favorite Ribs Arkansas songs. Tommy, have you ever been with a woman that had rough hands?
No.
No?
Oh yeah, I think I have. Yes, I have.
A rough-handed woman?
Yes.
Like noticeably.
Oh yeah. Well, because I mean, some of the girls I dated in the grocery business, they were working women.
Okay.
But I also
I mean, so they had pretty. This one chick had, she has a man hands.
I feel like rough hands to you though are just women who don't paint their nails.
Oh, that grosses me out too.
Wait, non-painted nails gross you out?
Not so much non-painted, but if you have like chipped nails or like it's coming off,
You are
like,
That's what I mean. Like his,
Such a
Take
he has
it
a high
off.
standard for for lady
it
hands.
looks hoey. Like if you don't have like if you have like nasty nailed woman,
Got a nasty nailed woman.
No, that's a hoe look. That's like a grimy South Florida hoey look.
Would rough hands on a woman be a deal breaker for
Oh yeah,
Really?
Like to settle down with some rough ass.
you? Settle down. I'll sleep with you, but I won't settle down with a
And
rough-handed
same
woman.
thing with the feet, man. I want to sleep with some monkey-footed woman.
Okay. Got a monkey-footed woman. You know, you gotta feel bad for the ladies here.
Why?
Everything about them has to fit a specific box. Like with Kimmy's husband and his rough-ass feet.
I don't like a rough box either.
Kimmy wants her husband to get a pedicure.
Yeah.
But Kimmy, if that doesn't happen, it's not like a big deal.
No, I'm just gonna.
I have to live with it.
Yeah.
Women's hands have to look a certain way, they're on display. Women's feet have to look a certain way,
Yes.
they're more on display than men's feet are.
Yeah.
Legs, ass, chest.
Yeah, all of it.
All of it comes with expectations. All of it is always on display. I wouldn't even know how to worry about all of that at all times leaving the house.
Well, it's tough for
There's a lot
them.
of
Man. Who
maintenance.
cares?
What do you mean tough for them? Who cares?
Well,
Yeah.
because he does a lot of maintenance, so he feels like he's in the club.
and that's as good as he looks.
He's
That's
in the
my point.
He's in the maintenance club.
No, but my point is he does a lot of maintenance and you're still revolting.
But they should look like that. They should take care of themselves.
Why?
Because they're women. That's what they should look like.
Oh, yeah, when you put it like that, no, it's because you want them to look good for
Hey,
you.
if because they get perks.
Like what?
If we're on a sinking ship, they get to leave first.
That's-
You and I got to stick around. Women and children, not
Basing this
doofus
off of
and
Titanic?
midget. We had to sit in the smoking lounge with cognac and die. They get to leave.
So paint your nails?
Yeah, paint your nails, shave your goddamn legs, and shut up. Get off the boat, enjoy your life. Yeah, go spend all my money too.
Your money, you live in your wife's house.
But you know what I'm saying?
No, I
No,
don't.
I
Burning
don't.
building, burning building. These guys get in trouble if they pull a dude out. Go get
they
all the
don't.
go get all the
What are you
women
talking
No one
first.
has
about?
ever got yelled at for
What are
pulling
you
a
Go
dude
talking
get
out.
about?
all the women first.
Okay. Now
So
that
women get saved first, so they have to maintain.
Yes, that's
the
a
hill
perk.
you're
You
gonna
get to
die on
live.
here.
you're an idiot.
Okay.
You're an idiot. All the guys that are pro pedicure
Yeah.
coming out of the woodworks. Daniel writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. I am a male who is on his feet in work boots 52 plus hours a week. I get pedicures once every 2 weeks, and it's amazing. There's a place in Buffalo that will give you a beer while you're getting a pedicure.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, get
All
down
right.
that. If we're talking about, I forgot about this. If we're talking about toughening up hands. You remember Moises Alou, the baseball player?
Yeah.
So Chuck reminds us on Instagram, you know what he did to keep he didn't like wearing batting gloves. So he wanted to keep his hands tough.
Yeah.
He would pee on his hands.
Oh, why?
That's what he thought it made his hands
What does
tough.
that do?
His way, it worked for Moises.
Makes them yellow, I guess. Man,
Well, it depends on what
So
you're
he
drinking.
would like do
But
that and then
it's-
just like let it sit?
Yeah.
like you go in a shower and just. Oh wait, he's soaked in it.
I don't know if he
Right.
soaked. I don't know
Like
if he would
Pledge?
pee. I have no. I don't
Remember
know.
those commercials?
Yes.
You're soaking in it. How do you keep your hands so fresh? Well, it's urine.
Well, he had like a 15-year major league career.
So he would put like a bowl down.
I don't know if he soaked or he just peed on his hands, but there was
Oh.
urine on his
I'm
hands.
guessing you got to soak, right? Have you had to
I
get
would
it like
think like if you want it to
Oh, the
work in the way you
smell.
think it's going.
Until Chucky
Especially if
just
you ate
wrote us.
asparagus
I
or
don't know.
broccoli.
And now we have men
Yeah.
bitch shaming other men
Okay.
for not getting pedicures.
All right.
Because Elijah writes us on Twitter, don't be a bitch-ass bitch. Go get your feet done. Feels great, especially if you're a guy who spends a lot of time on your feet. Take care of yourself. I go with my wife probably 3 times a year. I'm not a bitch. I go with my wife to get a pedicure 3 times a year.
like a man?
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Baby on a roof. This legit
Christ.
happened just south of us.
Yeah.
And the story behind it might be even more insane, but it leads to a situation. Because here's the thing, Kimmy. The person who jumped into action here did something that I don't think the majority of folks would even consider doing.
Oh.
No.
And thank God they did.
Yeah.
We'll get into the story next here in the break room on CMF. You would not believe your eyes.
What happened?
If you were to look out the window and see what these people saw,
Yeah.
you'd be terrified.
Yeah.
Right? You might freeze. You'd have to make a move. And you'd have to make a move fast.
Yeah.
And the reality is there are very few extreme options that people would judge you for even attempting here. So if you were outside this home and saw what these people saw, Tommy,
Yeah.
what do you do? What do you do? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it.
Yeah.
Sunday, 10 a.m., just south of us.
Yeah.
Folks living in a neighborhood got the shock of their lives when they looked up at a second-story roof to see a baby climbing out the window.
Jesus.
Authorities say
What a tough baby.
the 10-month-old tough baby, along with other kids, were unsupervised at the time, and the baby found the open window and ended up on the second-story roof. The baby made it onto the second-story roof.
Yeah.
The story says 2 adults were home at the time. Now, we don't know the relationship to said tough baby, but the 38-year-old man and 38-year-old woman were arrested, charged with endangering the welfare of a child and reckless endangerment. Now, getting back to the roof baby.
Yeah.
Put yourself in this scene, Tommy.
Yeah.
You are outside.
Yeah.
You see this baby on the roof of your
Lone baby on a roof.
You got it. You have to do something. Tommy, what do you do?
So outside of calling 911.
All right, so that's first move.
Yeah.
What is your next move?
But then how do I get the baby off the roof?
Now you're
That's
on
what I'm
baby
asking.
watch.
Like if I see it like going, oh, it's already on the roof. So you have to go inside the house or climb up the side of the house?
Okay. Oh, you're going to climb. You're not climbing. You can't climb. You ain't got climbing body left.
Yeah, probably not. And I can't communicate with the baby because the baby doesn't understand
Baby
crap.
does not talk.
Baby doesn't know crap.
No, baby, it is a baby on its own doing what a baby wants to do.
And I don't want it to jump.
I don't know if it would jump,
Well,
Well, or it's like it
fall,
fall off, yeah.
fall out, come after you. I don't know.
so you have no plan.
I knock on the door, go, hey man, your kid's on the roof.
Okay, you'd be pretty nonchalant with a baby. You can't, but if you take your eyes off the baby
yeah,
could
I know,
fall.
That's the fear.
Well, then you yell,
Well, you yell,
hey, you got a rough baby up there.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
baby on a roof.
Yeah.
What do you do?
I mean, like my first instinct, I guess, would be to like follow it, like almost be prepared to catch it if
Okay.
it falls. Like that would, I don't know what else you can do other than just
Climb up
keep
there and
your
get it.
eye on this baby and hope that it doesn't walk to the edge.
So you're going to call
Or
911.
crawl to the edge.
You're going to call 911 and try and play baby catch.
and be and be the be ready if it happens.
Well, a young person should climb up there and get the baby.
Okay,
Yeah, but my fear in climbing up would be, what if it starts going in the? I mean, it's going to take you a second to climb up there.
And what if it
You're gonna
falls
have to
while
take
you're climbing?
Yeah.
All right. So you're saying stay on the bottom and catch the baby.
I wouldn't know what to do either. But thank God the neighbor.
No, do not spike the baby.
That's a good plan. Thank God a neighbor here
Yeah.
is much smarter than
Yeah.
all of us.
What did he do?
According to 13 Wham, a witness ran into the house,
Oh,
climbed onto the roof, and saved that baby.
damn.
So thank God the baby,
Yeah.
along with the other children, ended up safe. And finding out how this story ends actually makes both of you look like a pretty big piece of crap. I'm going
Why?
to watch the baby. I'm going to watch Roof Baby. This person went inside. They handled business.
Well, hold on. I said go
didn't-
inside.
No, you said bang on the door.
Well,
they
but
went
you can't
inside the
just
house.
Run inside.
That's what this person did, and they saved the baby. I mean, it is the life of a baby. It's a baby life.
All right.
I guess. I'd
but
be
that's
afraid
your
of
point.
entering a home.
If I said that, you would have said, well, by the time you did that, what if the baby fell off the roof?
Also a valid question. But you were banging on the door. Hey, excuse me,
Well,
pardon
banging
me.
and looking.
Look, you got your face. Oh, wait, you're banging and looking?
Banging and looking,
Looking
and
at
banging.
banging. Got your face in the ring cam. Hey, your
Yeah.
baby's on the roof. Look, I'm with you guys. I would not even considered running into the house. Like, would not have been an option.
Yeah.
You call the cops.
Yeah.
You bang on the door. You try to play baby catch. But short of a fire, I didn't think you were like anyone would have considered running in
Yeah.
someone else's house.
I'm not sure how you catch a baby,
What do you mean?
like without hurting a baby. 'Cause
Well,
you're hoping that the baby comes down properly, but if the baby falls awkwardly, let's say the kid comes at you head first.
Yeah,
How you catching that baby?
Maybe
All right.
You could
breaking
hurt the
fall.
baby.
you could, but I guess you breaking the. Yeah, to Kimmy's point, catching the baby's better than the alternative scenario. What's an average 10-month-old weigh? Like 25 pounds? You want to Google that? Because that's also heavier falling than you'd think it would be.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, I would be afraid you wouldn't have the strength to catch that baby.
I wonder if it'd be better for him to land in the bushes, like underneath, and then pull him out of the bushes.
No.
Well, because let's say I catch him awkwardly, I hurt him.
The bushes?
Yeah.
You're going to have a baby fall off a second-story roof into bushes. This ain't Looney Tunes, man.
No, nice bushes.
You know the Acne Bush Company.
Around 20.
All right, 20 pounds.
All right.
You know
It's a
what's-
bowling ball.
Remember we were talking the other day about having a catch,
Yeah.
right? And how, Tommy, you haven't played catch in decades?
Yeah.
When's the last time you caught a football?
Caught a football?
Yeah.
Can't even think.
You dropped that baby.
Oh, I probably would drop the baby
You would
because I'd
drop
be
that
worried.
baby.
I would overthink it, scared that I would hurt it.
You know what you could do? You could use your shirt, catch the baby, try to make it more
Right.
of like a
So now you have two awkward things: a baby on a roof,
Parachute, I
me
guess.
bare chested holding a shirt, trying to catch a baby in my really nice embroidered shirt.
He's not you see, that's why he's not taking his shirt off.
No, I'm not ruining my shirt.
I'm worried about this baby, but it's a really, really, really nice shirt. I mean, look, in the moment,
Yeah,
you wouldn't be concerned about the feelings of the parents. You would just want to make sure the baby is
right.
okay.
That's all you. That's all that matters.
Okay, but after it's all said and done,
After the baby has fallen.
when you get a hold of the baby,
Yeah.
how do you handle the situation?
Well, you give them back to the parents.
The parents that allowed the baby on the
Well,
roof.
Bro,
That's
I'm
the-
not going to judge these people.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Here's your kid.
It turns out, according to the story, these parents had other things going on inside the house. Police
Okay.
say they also found malnourished dogs. So take from that what you will.
Okay.
I think it led to some of the charges here.
Yeah.
Now, we have talked on the show about how even the best parents can have kids that become teeny tiny Houdinis that get loose, put themselves in danger when you turn your head for a second.
Yeah.
And that doesn't necessarily make you a bad mother or a father.
Sure.
But I think it would take some self-control if you catch their baby or run upstairs and
And not be
save them.
pissed.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
I mean,
no matter what the parents are, who the parents are.
would you be within your rights to chew those parents out as you handed that baby back to them?
Do you,
I guess so. I would.
You wouldn't do that.
No, I mean,
You
what's
just
the-
ruined your embroidered shirt catching a baby.
Oh, I want money for my shirt.
You're going to...
No, I don't want to make it worse for these people. I don't know what they're going through, and I don't want. I don't care.
What about you? You don't care about the health of the baby?
The baby's fine. Now.
The baby's fine now.
We've called the cops, so we're good.
Okay. All right, let's say you catch the baby before.
No cop.
Yeah, let's say you run out, you walk outside, you see what's happening, all in the one motion. The baby gets caught. Cops haven't been called yet. After you catch the baby, are you calling the cops?
Depends on what the couple looks like.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, this is a Sunday morning at 10 a.m. No couple is going to look good.
right.
Yeah, but I mean, if I see some tells, like it's like
if you see other things going on,
Give me some tells.
well, like the dog looks, if the place looks like a crap hole.
Then you're calling the cops.
Well, the dog looks not fed.
Okay.
The other kids look like they're not being taken care
Her
of.
fingernails aren't painted the way to your specifications.
Place smell. Yeah, if it's raggedy, like
Okay.
a hoarder house. Let's say they were just hoarders.
Okay.
I look inside, it's a complete crap hole. Yeah, I'm not. I got issues.
Kimmy,
yeah.
you run, you catch that baby. Cops have not been called yet. Are you calling the cops afterwards?
So that's what I was wondering because like I do not have children, so I feel like I don't want to be that person that judges a parent as somebody that's not a parent for this happening because I can understand how I guess like maybe it's a one-time incident and you just got lucky. But I'm wondering like if a parent is in this situation, a parent sees the baby, catches the baby, are you gonna have more or less sympathy for those people, knowing
Good question.
that like maybe this is a similar situation, maybe not to this extent, but a similar situation has happened to you where your kid was out of your sight for a little bit and could have gotten into some trouble.
All right, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. I'm going to throw a theory at you. If you are a parent that does not know these parents and you catch their baby on the second-story roof, again, we're talking about this story happened just south of us Sunday morning, 10 a.m. A 10-month-old baby climbed down an open window, was on a second-story roof. A witness saw what happened, ran into the home, got up on the roof, saved the baby. Police were called. The parents were arrested for a whole bunch of stuff involving child neglect. If I don't know the parents as a parent, I am judging the hell out of these parents, and I'm upset. I would have to know them well and know that they are good parents.
The situation.
Yes, for me not to call the cops. I think in any other scenario, I'm
You're
calling the
probably
cops.
calling.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a baby on a roof.
Yeah.
But I'm just thinking, my brother, when he was a little guy, he was a climber.
Okay.
So if you took your eye off of him for like a minute or two, like he would be like up on, you don't even know how he got there in a dangerous spot. So I think like my mom, I'm thinking of her in this situation, would just be happy the baby's okay.
Fair enough, okay. But I'm going to counterpoint you.
I mean,
there.
again, like this situation is a little different based on the living conditions, but in any other strange scenario, she might just be happy that the child's okay.
But like taking the living conditions out of it, let's say as a parent, my oldest is 2 years old or 10 months old. She gets out on the roof.
Yeah.
Right, open thing. I don't think I would be upset with the parents who saved my baby for calling the cops. I would totally understand that.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know how, as a parent, you can be like, I can't believe you just called the cops because you found my baby
20 feet up on a roof.
on a roof here. Baby on a roof.
Yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Karen. Hey, hold on. Button. Okay, Karen, sorry, go ahead. You're on CMF.
Hi. I'm not handing the baby back until authorities come. If I see the dog looking like that, there's one thing if your kid falls or slam its fingers. There's no way that for 2 seconds the kid could get on a roof. No.
I mean, it can't. Look, hold on, Karen. Do you have kids of your own?
Yeah, I have 3.
Okay, what's the scariest thing that ever happened with one of your kids?
Right in front of me. All 3 things. All of them.
Give me an example.
My son was sledding. He ended up with staples in his head. My daughter was in front of me, fell, hit her eye on a corner of a chair.
No.
And my other daughter was standing at the gate. She was like maybe 9 months old. And the gate, she was like hitting the gate, and it came out from the doorway. And it literally took her fingernail right off her hand.
Oh, okay.
Ooh,
But
okay.
I mean, look, Karen, and I understand being a parent myself.
Yeah.
These things happen. But there are parents that would hear that story and judge you for allowing a 9-year-old to be off on her own there, to allow your son to go down such a scary hill and needing staples in his head. What kind of mother are you, Karen, allowing these things to happen?
Those, to me, are kind of normal things. The baby on a roof is not normal to be able to climb out a window and do, like, how long were the parents not near the kid?
Look, all valid questions. I guess what I would be concerned about...
Especially at 9 months old.
10
So,
months. 10
no.
months. He was 1 month more mature than you said. Look, no, Karen, what I'm getting at is my fear would be if I don't give the baby back, am I kind of kidnapping that baby? Kind of feels like I'm
Well,
kidnapping
you got to get the kid back.
Well, no, it's not. I would take it, but the authorities would definitely come, and I'd even call for the dog people to come too and like assess
take
the
the
whole
baby.
situation.
Okay. All right, Karen, thank you for the call. Have a good rest. Karen's taking that baby. That's her baby now.
Having my baby. Taking my baby.
Because you left it up on a second
Catching my baby.
All right, 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Erica. Hey, Erica, what's going on?
Hey, so this actually happened to me in Brockport about 15 years ago. Our neighbors across the street we already knew they were scumbags. They were throwing the kids' dirty diapers out the same window that the kid eventually crawled out
Oh,
of.
my God.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, just throwing them out on the roof and leaving them there. So one day, we're sitting outside in our yard, and this baby climbs out onto the roof. So I'm screaming. My ex-husband at the time was a volunteer for the fire department, so I'm standing there calling the cops, and he's calling like people he knew. The cops eventually came, and CPS came. They took the kid, and later found out they were also trying to sell the kid on Craigslist.
Okay.
You could buy anything.
I mean, that's a pretty
That's
extreme
a
story.
very specific story.
All right, but Erica, you have kids of your own.
Yes.
Okay. What is the worst thing that has happened while you weren't looking at your kid?
I lost the kid for about 10 minutes at Darien Lake.
Okay. I mean, you understand that other parents would look at you and be like, how do you lose your kids? How old was the kid that you lost?
She was like 9.
Fine.
9.
Well, wait.
9.
That's not a big deal to you?
9. How do you go missing at 9?
Easily. What do you mean?
9 is like the age to
Yeah.
go missing.
No,
Yeah.
like you're just.
Wander off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I've been looking for a 9-year-old.
You're not looking what?
No.
Well,
not
time to go
looking
home and
for
make another one. I guess we're going to leave it alone.
No, go
here.
get a
That
job.
statement.
Erica, thank you for the call.
Join
Have
the
a good rest of
circus.
day. See what I mean? You don't know the parents. You're judging the hell out of them. You have to know them for you to be like, okay,
Yeah, you're
I
right. You're
understand what
right. You
happened.
have to have a little prior knowledge or experience.
But here's the thing. Maybe it's just women that feel this way.
Oh.
Because Mike is on CMF. Hey, Mikey, how are you, buddy?
Good, guys. I got a good one for you.
Okay.
We got a family down the street with a couple of kids, a bunch of kids, and their oldest son, he rules the roost. When they were hanging their Christmas lights, he was literally on the peak of the roof.
Oh.
And, just being a little kid. But the parents are good folks. They just don't really watch their kids that well. And,
That's the politest way I've ever heard that put.
I know, you're going to love this one. He mows along, and he's only, I think he's 5 or 6.
Mows the lawn.
He mows the lawn, and we're a little worried he's going to chop a foot off. Or
No
something
kidding.
Like that. But of course, I'm not going to say anything. But we just keep our fingers crossed and we see it. Anyway, I just thought you guys might want to hear that one.
Well, Mike, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Sure.
Okay, so what did we learn from those last 3 phone calls? Are we finding out that men are way more patient with potential child neglect cases than women
are
are?
they patient or they just don't want to get involved?
Okay.
Yeah. They
We're
don't want to
also
deal with
talking
their
about
own kids.
Neighbors too, which complicates things.
Well, no, but every call was a neighbor here.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Neighborhood action, yeah.
But like those women had the first one knew they were trash. Second one knew they were trash. Throwing diapers out the window.
Yeah.
Sun's hitting Diaper Mountain today. All right, so I guess everything is situational,
Yeah, absolutely.
right? But it also, I mean, it may also depend on what kind of judgmental person.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's take a break. Flying has gotten way more complicated.
What happened?
Well, you can't even get past TSA without certain documents.
Yeah,
anymore.
you got to be loaded up, buddy.
And as if it wasn't confusing enough, Apple has decided to step up and do something they thought would make things less complicated.
Or good.
But in some way, it makes it more complicated
Oh.
because you need this to travel internationally. And now you can put this here. But by putting it here, you can travel internationally. But according to them, you'll now be able to travel domestically, even though you don't have this thing that you're required to have to travel domestically.
I'm confused.
I'll get into all of it next here at the break room on CMF. what you need to get on a plane right now is super confusing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been like 25 years in the making.
Yeah.
And things are transitioning and fine. But in an effort to simplify things, one company may have made it even more confusing.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Big announcement from Apple yesterday.
What are they doing?
In an effort to help people meet TSA ID requirements starting this fall, American travelers will be able to upload their passports into their Apple Wallet on their phone to get past security checks.
So you just show them on your phone.
Or maybe it scans or something.
Well, however they're going to do it, your passport will be able to be put into your Apple Wallet.
And they will take that.
That's what they say, yes.
All right.
Now, for those a little confused, think of it like Apple Pay, like the little ID thing.
Yeah.
All the other stuff that goes in your wallet there, right? And now you will have that document to use at the click of a button at the airport.
All right.
Simplifies things. Here's where it gets complicated.
What's that?
According to the story, the iPhone passport upload will not be good to travel internationally.
Okay, so you're just going to Canada.
Well, no, that's internationally.
Right, so I can't use it.
You can't use the
So
passport.
it's just if you're traveling.
Yeah, domestically.
Yeah.
The uploaded passport on your iPhone will allow you to travel domestically, meaning in this case, you would not need a real ID to fly. But you already didn't need a real ID to fly because you had a passport,
Right,
and
so
the
it's-
passport takes care of that in
So it's pointless.
first place. Yes,
Well-
exactly.
I see it as more of like a backup kind of thing. Like, let's
Oh,
say
yeah,
I'm
if you lost
flying.
it.
Yeah, like I'm flying domestically and I lose my form of ID.
Okay.
I'll at
Right.
least have this
Okay,
in
that's-
case, just in
Back
case.
up.
Good call. But, you know,
What if
people-
I just took a picture of my
I don't think
passport and just had it in my photos?
No.
What's the difference?
I can't,
Well, this
it's
is like
easy.
I'm assuming this is like an official document on
Okay.
your phone, so there must be ways of them making sure you're not, falsifying any records.
Yeah,
or
it would be
anything.
super easy to Photoshop
Yeah.
anything I wanted on the photo of a
Yeah.
passport.
Oh,
You didn't think that through?
a lot of work.
Not really.
Well, for me, yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it, but you're also
Well,
not trying to like
to
trick
this point,
the TSA.
like, to Apple Pay, you can't just take a picture of your credit card and show somebody.
No, but if you do want to buy stuff from me, you can't take a picture of your credit card and text it to me.
right.
This is why men your age get scaled. I've taken a picture of my passport
Yeah, there you go.
to show you at the
Or I
airport.
could draw it for you.
You idiot. Okay, why does travel have to be so confusing right now? Because you can't travel without a real ID at all.
Right.
Except at a couple of airports in America,
Unless
which
you have a
apparently
passport.
have found a workaround. Yes, unless you have a passport, right? But the passport you have to physically have with you until the fall, in which you could put it in your phone and travel domestically, but I can't leave the country with my digital passport. I have to have my physical passport on me. What is
It is a little ridiculous.
a little?
Like, I don't get the real ID.
What don't you get about that?
What's wrong with just having a driver's license?
Well,
What else is on there that they need?
So here's the thing.
I know it's got a couple of icons on there.
Driver's licenses are controlled by the state.
Yeah.
Right? The Real ID is an effort, and it was supposed to happen right after 9/11. Legitimately, this has been a 25-year
What do they
thing.
want?
They keep pushing it back. They want to have a federally uniform way to identify people
Oh.
getting on planes.
So every state before that looked different. Now it's all the same.
It's the IDs don't look the same. It'll have the same regulations.
All right.
I mean, states could have different regulations for how they issued licenses and
All
things
right.
like that, what they did about them. But what's funny is, and I'm knocking on
Because I still got the old driver's license.
yeah, same here, but I have a passport.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, because we're fancy
Yeah.
men of leisure.
I go to Mississauga
But like I'm
for
knocking
a vacation.
I'm knocking on wood here.
Yeah.
I would understand why right after 9/11,
Yeah.
with everything we were going through, the need for a real ID to uniform identification getting on an airplane would feel like something we had to do.
Yeah.
It was a very scary time. We didn't know what
Sure.
was happening. We have not had an incident like that in 25 years.
Since.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God. So like why now?
Yeah.
Why after all of the trouble of trying to launch this idea did they not go, you know what, maybe we don't need it?
You don't.
Unless there's
It's-
something we're missing, 252 WCMF.
But to your point, it took a quarter of a century to come up with it.
Why would you not just mandate passports?
Yeah, I would think that would be easier for everybody.
Everybody
and that way
leave.
everybody has them.
What's that?
Everybody would leave.
It's expensive to leave.
It's
no,
too much. Yeah, that's a great point.
because
Yeah.
getting an driver's license. Not everybody drives a car.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this would be a book of all your information to leave. But then I guess you're going to get the NWO people, New World Order folk. You
Yeah.
would have wanted.
Because you can have an ID without having a driver's license, so you already have.
Yes, you can do that. But like then comes back to the argument of how hard it is to go get that stuff. It costs money, but I guess the passport would be.
Yeah.
It's the same
Yeah.
argument against the universal ID for voting. You know what I mean? 'Cause
That's why you just need that personalized chip in your body. They can just scan your body.
What does a passport cost? Is it like $100?
I think it's like 80. But last time I got it, I think it was around 80.
You want
but
Google?
That was
Google
it a while ago.
Okay. 252 WCMF. Once again, Apple is going to allow you to upload your passport to your iPhone starting in the fall. And that passport on your iPhone will be good to fly domestically, so you wouldn't need a real ID to do it. Not that you need it anyway, because you already had a passport. You just wouldn't need your physical passport. Problem is, your Apple now iPhone passport won't allow you to travel internationally. So if you're going to leave the country, Canada, Mexico, wherever or anywhere else, you're going to have that physical passport on you, despite the fact that it's still in your Apple wallet, not really doing anything except helping you travel domestically. What the hell is going on?
I don't know.
So, Kimmy, what do we got?
I don't know. My internet stopped working.
Okay. Is that important for what we do?
I don't know. It's hung up right now. Maybe it's just Google.
Maybe if we made getting passports easier, like that would be the simplest solution here.
If you made all this stuff easier,
Well-
it would help.
I mean, a passport isn't terribly difficult. I mean, you just go to the post office.
I don't think most people know that, though. And
Yeah.
you have to schedule a time
True,
to go,
true.
which is
yeah,
also
I mean,
very
you do have
difficult.
to take time out of your day to do it.
But you got to put all that information. Then you have to wait. And then even when you got to get a new one,
Yeah.
you had to surrender the old one
No, you're
and
right.
go through the whole process all over again.
What I'm arguing here is instead of rolling out this real ID that took 25 years to get done, why didn't we just streamline how easy it would be to get a passport?
Yeah.
Right? Like, open up an office in every town in America like you would at DMV where I can walk in, picture done,
Yeah.
documents finished, boom, we're here to go.
Yeah, I like it.
I mean, it's also weird that I can take a picture like in multiple places to put on my passport. Like I can go to CVS and that's now my international document photo.
Yeah, that's you. Yeah.
Yeah. Like the post office took it for us.
Mm-hmm.
Also, fun fact, we got the passports we go to Canada a lot.
Yeah.
When my youngest was like 8 months old. But only the person in the passport is allowed in the photo.
Right.
Yeah.
So I had to hide and hold my baby up
Oh, yeah.
over my head. But my hands couldn't be in the photo.
Oh.
So I had to hold her
But a
by
certain
the
way.
balance balance her, like, because, she's moving.
Yeah.
Hold it, like, all right, go, go, go.
All right, so passports are good for like 10 years.
Yeah,
That sound right?
I think so.
Well, roughly.
8 to
Okay.
10.
So does she?
Babies have to get passports like every 5 years,
I
I
would
think.
hope so because you don't look like that baby no more.
No, but that's what was funny.
What's going on
Yeah.
here, kid?
So by the way, passport renewals like between 100 and 130, but a first-time passport book's like 165.
Damn!
Damn.
Big money grab, baby.
Damn, shut up. It is pretty cool, though.
What?
All right, like, you have those moments where you feel like, I did it.
Yes, you're an adult.
Yeah. I never even imagined I would ever need a passport for anything. Because,
Right.
when we were kids, we could just go to Canada. Well, you jump
Yeah.
over here, jump over there, jump
Yeah.
over here. Like, when I got my passport in the mail, I felt like yeah, I'm a grown-ass.
International man of leisure.
I felt like 007.
Yeah.
I'm straight up. And my wife bought me a $5 Amazon passport book.
oh, yeah, a
Oh,
little
little
holder.
holder.
Yeah, it looks
Yeah.
leather, but it's not. But it
Fancy.
says passport on the front of it. And, like, I bring that thing.
Coming through.
Here's the thing. I bring it with me to travel everywhere I go.
Yeah.
Only because I want to pull
course.
out my passport.
Okay.
Got to put it to use. Why not?
It doesn't feel cool when you use your passport.
It's in the beginning, but sometimes it's like when you travel and you
Yeah.
go through customs
Uh-huh.
and they hold it and then they look at you
Mm-hmm.
and then they put it back down. They don't hand it right back to you. I go, man, I'm in trouble. Something's going on here.
Well, yeah, but you have a lot of things you've done in your past that you can get in trouble for.
Who is this trout mouth you speak of?
Why do
I
they?
want to have a word with you.
Why is there a French guy working on
I
LaGuardia?
don't know.
Okay.
You're going to Quebec.
Can I tell you what really bothered me?
What?
Because again, I didn't grow up with any of this stuff.
No, you had no money.
Okay, that's
Where were
what,
you going?
that's what I was saying in a polite way.
You was Poe.
I was always told that, like, when you went to another country, they stamped your passport.
They used to, yeah.
They don't do that anymore.
No,
No,
it's
they
very
don't do the big
disappointing.
stamp, yeah.
Because again, we went to England for the Bills game last year, and I could not. I was so excited getting off that
Yeah.
plane. They're
Can't
gonna.
wait to see what the stamp looks like.
I was like, oh, I'm gonna get my first stamp. This is great. And the guy's like, okay, thank you. And
So they don't stamp it.
they didn't stamp it.
I've never
Really?
got one.
Yeah. Like, I mean, how many countries have you been outside of America?
3 with a passport, yeah.
No stamps.
No stamps.
Can we go back to the stamps?
Yeah, it did look kind of cool.
Right? They don't even make it mandatory. Give me a separate line. I'll go stand in the line for my ceremonial stamp. I just want stamps. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
This story showed up on TV yesterday with no sound.
Oh.
And just the headline, Kimmy, made Tommy lose his effing
Yes.
mind.
Didn't love it.
Do you remember what story it was?
Trying to think.
Well, you want to be a nice person.
Oh, yes. Yes.
But it turns out being a nice person not only benefits the people around you,
Yeah.
it benefits you.
Wow.
Because odds are, at least according to science, you're going to be around a hell of a lot longer.
Cool.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. The second Tommy Muley saw this story on TV yesterday, he started freaking out. And Kimmy, it's because he doesn't want to believe it.
No, he even said it himself. This person does not exist.
You can't prove it.
Well, here's the thing. If this is true, he will literally die any second. But if all the data checks out, it actually makes sense. Stress, anger, it can do a number on your body.
Oh, yeah.
It can wear you down. So if you lived a life where you were kind and gentle and a good person, why wouldn't you go longer?
Oh, I believe that. I just don't think anybody is.
Oh, my God. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 8:25, 8:30. Men, watch out.
What happened?
Ladies are trying something new.
Oh.
They're actually pulling a reverse on us looking for something. Because, Tommy, you've heard of a booty call?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of a foodie call?
A foodie?
We'll get into it just after 8:30 here in the break room on CMF. A new study in Psychology Bulletin, a magazine we read monthly here in the break room, suggests that nicer people live longer.
Yes.
Now, the key to long life in this study was trust. Trusting people had higher levels of what they called subjective well-being, and they found that how trustworthy you were and how much you trusted other people played a role in how satisfied you are. Right? Trust in people, trust in institutions, trust in society. And they also found that it didn't matter if you were a child, an older adult, anywhere in between. The more you trusted, the nicer it made you, the happier you were,
blissful,
the longer you lived.
Yeah.
And Tommy, this was a massive study.
So that means they found people and just followed them for a period of time.
Yes, 2.5 million people they followed over or through 3 countries from ages 6 to 84, U.S. being one of the countries they use. So does this make sense to you, Tommy?
It does, but who's nice? Like, how do you judge it? How would you find – everybody thinks they're nice, right? But you're not. You're not nice people.
You've never met like a genuinely kind human being.
But there's usually suckers.
What are you talking
But you
about?
see them as suckers.
Sucker or chump?
Sucker or chump or
You
a loser.
literally just said you were going to take a photo of your passport to show it to the guy at TSA, and that person's a sucker? Sucker? You were saying.
No, I'm sure if you were a completely blissful, nice person, life would be beautiful. But that is impossible to live that way.
No, there are lots of people like that.
I don't know anybody that's always nice.
Dan Mason, general manager of the Rochester Red Wings.
Perfect example. When has he ever been mean to you despite all the terrible things that you say to him?
It's an act, bro.
Oh, it's an act?
It's an act.
Then that's a long act that he's
It's
had
an
going.
He's been
It's
acting
an-
for 40
Yeah.
years.
It's
We
an
kick him in the balls every time he comes
I
in here
know.
over and over and over again, and he is the kindest, gentlest,
And he brings us
nicest
food.
man.
All right, so
And by the way, you even said he looks amazing for
he
his
does,
age.
he does. All right, so that's one guy. And in my whole life, I know one guy.
No, there's
Hey,
plenty.
we know the same guy.
I know lots of
You
nice-
don't know anybody as nice as Dan.
I
Mason.
can't tell you anybody because you won't know them because we hang around scumbags. This business does not bring in nice people. You can admit that. None of our coworkers have ever been nice.
Yeah.
I take that back. Marty, nice.
Yes,
Marty
nice
Casper, a
person.
nice person.
Okay, yeah, I give you that.
Oh no, you want to talk about Marty? You want to run your mouth about Marty? Huh? You
No,
got a
I
problem
like
with
Marty.
Oh, do you like Marty? Because apparently to you, she's not nice. She's a sucker. Sucker.
She could have been a sucker. I don't know.
She was not a sucker. She's a good person.
I mean, I don't. I think it's rare to find that type of
Yeah.
really, really nice person, but they do exist.
Okay.
They are there. They stand out in your mind when you think of nice people.
But it's also one of these studies that is pointless
Why is it pointless?
because I can't become nice. If I'm hardwired in, irritable, I have opinions, I have tastes,
Yeah.
that you can't make yourself nice. I will say this. You're probably born that way. It's hardwired in.
I
You cannot
disagree.
make yourself nice.
I disagree with you. I think what you are doing is trying to give yourself an excuse to keep being a piece of crap.
Yes.
You know you're a dick, right?
Yeah.
So you can change the way that you
That
act.
doesn't make, I would still harbor feelings that are not nice.
How do you know? How do you know that changing the way you treat other people wouldn't change your outlook on life?
No,
Did I just blow your mind, man?
but my past is my present, right? It still chases.
No.
I don't know if you can change it.
You
I
think
don't-
that you are.
I guess I've never met somebody who made a complete turnaround.
I've never seen it ever.
Yeah, like everybody I know that is a nice person, I feel like I've known long enough to just feel like they've always been that way their whole life.
Yeah.
Or that's the way they've always
No,
seen
Pat says you can
people,
change.
You can.
interacted with people.
There are people, you've never met someone who was a real you-know-what back in the day? They grew up, they matured, something happened to them, and all of a sudden...
maybe as kids they acted differently, but in their adult lifetime, I don't know many people have changed to be a genuinely nice person.
He just doesn't want to accept the idea that you can change.
So you think I could change?
Yeah.
I would turn into like a Dan Mason. I would come in here and let's say a month, I'm Mace.
I don't know if it takes a month.
It's going to take years.
I mean, for you, you're going to die before you get the full transition in.
No, I could come in and, just, hey guys, how's everything going?
So you're being mean.
Yeah, I was with your mom last night, and it was a really nice time. We just went out for ice cream and a movie and didn't lay our hand on her. And we watched the fireworks.
And that's what Dan Mason would do because he's a good man. He's a good, nice man.
Yeah.
You would have to smile more, and that alone.
No, I can't smile.
Try it. You know what? Stop. No, yeah, but you're making that noise. Okay. He's trying to make the excuse that nice people don't exist.
Yeah.
He then makes the excuse that you can't become nice. But there's a bigger problem here.
What's the bigger problem?
That he doesn't want to admit. But before we get there, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, a new study of 2.5 million people among 3 countries between ages 6 to 84, the U.S. being one of them, found that nice people live longer. And trust, honesty, went in with niceness. Long story short, if you trust people, you were happier, which made you nicer,
Okay.
which had you live longer. Let's talk to Skylar. Hey, Skylar, what's up, buddy?
Well, you just threw me up with the trust thing because I don't know if I trust a lot of people, but I'm kind to every single person I meet. I give everybody a chance. And I'm here to tell you, Ben is one of the nicest dudes that I've ever met in 55 years of life.
There you go. He likes Ben. That means you have to be super nice.
Yeah, right. And I trust
You're both dumb.
I actually would trust Ben, too. We've
Trust
met
him
a
for
bunch of times
what?
For to believe what it comes out of his mouth.
Yeah, nothing.
You're not helping with your transition, Tommy.
And Skylar's one of those guys that thinks he's nice.
Yeah, he said he was a nice guy. Yeah.
Yeah, he has to tell you
There
that.
ain't a lot of them. There ain't a lot of them, but they do exist.
If you have to tell me you're nice, you ain't nice.
Well, no, because you assume everyone's not nice, so I would have
No,
to tell
he
you.
should be so nice that I just understand it, like Mace.
No, but you didn't understand Mace was nice. I had to say Dan Mason, general manager of
I
the restaurant.
forgot about it.
No, he's literally in here every other week.
I know.
Hey, but you're talking about making help you live longer. The other thing that helps, being nice, then I don't got to worry. I don't lie. That way I ain't got to worry.
Everybody lies. I love people
No,
that think
I
they
don't.
don't lie.
There are people that don't lie.
No, it's impossible.
Okay, there's a level of lie. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I like it. Yeah, you have to lie in
There's a
life.
difference between, honey, those pants look great on you, and, hey, no, officer, I didn't do what you accused me of doing.
Still a lie.
Tommy, I believe you're a nice guy. You just do a really good job as acting like a jerk.
Skylar, thanks, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Yeah, Tommy's great.
He loves me.
Yeah, absolutely.
There is one trait that I find nice people have that I don't know if you can learn. They're so almost unbothered by mean people.
Okay.
Like they can brush that off, and maybe it bothers them a little bit, but they don't harbor resentment a lot of the time.
They can let it
us.
go.
They can let things go, and I don't know if you're not that person. I don't know if you could teach somebody to let things go.
It's in your personality.
Well, okay, again, you just keep doing things to excuse yourself. You're being a dick. You're being a dick right now. You are not a nice person. You come in here starting off with, there are no nice people, and we prove you wrong. And then you go, well, if you're not nice, you can't change the nice. And then we discuss it, and you go, oh, okay. Here's the real problem.
What's the problem?
And he doesn't want to say this out loud.
All right.
Tommy, they equate trust to nice.
Yeah.
Tommy sees people who trust as weak.
As chumps. You're going to get played.
Yeah, not like you, the big, successful, smart guy who's been living life really well. Nailed that one. Skylar calling you up, calling you a nice guy. You see someone who is nice as being weak.
Yeah, especially a man. A nice man is a chump.
Why?
He's going to be broke. They're going to take your money.
Wait, what?
You're
a dick. You are also broke.
There's no study that says nice people are broke.
I bet you most of these people are not successful.
I bet you.
You just want to believe that.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so there's somebody that I've never actually met, but I guess this person used to work here.
Okay.
Everybody raves about how nice and kind and awesome this person was. And that person went on to do bigger and better things.
What are we talking about? RJ.
Yes.
Oh, my God. You remember
Is that
RJ?
not an example?
He was
was
an
a
intern in here. He worked
great
on our
kid.
sports
Like,
station.
he was so nice that his nice reputation lives on past him being here.
RJ
Yeah,
is the nicest kid you will ever meet.
forgot
in your
about
life.
it.
I say kid. He's got a wife and kids now,
Yes.
I think.
He's
right?
in New York, right?
He's down in New York
Yeah.
City on like the biggest sports
Yeah.
talk show in America.
Big shot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's a huge deal. That kid's the nicest kid ever. Would you call RJ a sucker to his face?
I completely forgot about RJ.
Yeah, because you only remember bad people.
Well, yeah, because they stick out.
Okay. So there are a couple of things about this study that are a little disappointing. So first off, in the study,
What'd they say?
and that says that nicer people live longer. Nice people live longer. One, they don't give you an actual timeline for how much longer you can expect to live as a nice person.
Do I get like a decade or
Yeah.
something?
It doesn't say like you'll get an average of 7 more years. You would have thought they would have included that. But the bigger issue here, you say you can't become nice because you can't just switch to nice.
Right.
I disagree with you. I will say if trust equals you being nice.
Yeah.
Learning to trust people if you don't trust people would be the harder thing.
Oh, absolutely.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you either trust or you don't.
Like, you don't trust people.
I don't trust I didn't trust anybody till I met my wife.
Okay. But I was, and I think you were taught the same way I was taught, don't trust anybody.
Yeah, but from two gentlemen who we should not have trusted in the first
Yes.
place.
But, my father was Sicilian, right?
Sure.
They don't trust anybody,
Understood.
right? Don't tell anybody your business. Everybody's out to rip you off.
Yeah.
That's just kind of how you were raised.
Okay, but here's the thing. Let me ask you a question.
All right.
And I'm going to blow your effing mind right now. You ready?
I'm sitting down.
Get
bro.
ready. Everybody get ready to write this down.
Ready.
If you can't trust a man who tells you not to trust anybody, what's the right way to be?
What's the right way to be?
Well, because if I trust him that I shouldn't trust, well, I shouldn't have trusted him in the first place.
Trust me on this. Don't trust me.
No, but
I'm now lost.
no. Hear me. Are you
If
ready?
I say don't trust, how
Okay.
can you trust what I'm telling you?
Exactly.
Okay,
So
okay.
if my old man, who I shouldn't have trusted,
Yeah.
said don't trust anybody,
Yeah.
well, if I shouldn't have trusted him, I should be trusting other people.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
Ah!
Okay. All right. Okay.
So where does
okay.
that leave us now?
Nowhere.
Man! No, like to your point, that was like the thing. Don't trust anybody. Walk into a room with your eyes sideways at everyone. And if I didn't meet my wife, I don't know if I would have ever trusted anyone ever again forever. But I do think when you meet someone you trust, it helps you trust other people.
Based on who they see as trustworthy.
Just the idea of the
Be a little bit
feeling
more
of
open to
trusting.
the idea. Oh.
The feeling, I didn't really have the feeling of trusting anybody. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
who do you trust?
Who do I trust?
Who
I
do you trust?
I trust some people. I trust you guys. I trust my parents. I trust my husband,
Okay.
my brother.
All
I
right,
trust
so
the people close to me.
Who do you trust?
You two, my wife.
Well, you said that with conviction. You
You
tell
too.
I did not trust my parents.
Okay.
Not with everything, but I mean, I just know how they were. One brother. And that's it. The rest died. And I didn't trust any of them.
I mean, yeah, I have to have a pretty close relationship with somebody to fully trust
And you
them.
got to see how they operate
Unless
to your
they are one
point,
of those
like-
genuinely nice people that I find that I do trust them.
and how they treat other people, that are not in the family.
No,
right?
that's a tell, right? Like if somebody treats somebody the same, whether they can give them something or not,
Yeah.
that's someone you can trust.
So, like, my aunt that was a lawyer, she just punched down on everybody. Everybody, everything. She looked down on everybody. She was an ass.
Yeah.
Loved her to death.
No, and I think that's a great tell. Like
Yeah.
if somebody is going to treat someone different because of where they are in life or whatever, can't trust that person.
Watch how they treat a stranger.
A less fortunate
Yeah.
stranger.
And they have to like dogs.
No, that does no.
If you don't like a dog, if you're not a dog person, you don't like dogs, I don't trust you.
Man, you went from someone who don't trust anybody to, let me tell you, all the reasons I trust somebody is you're picking posies and throwing them in the air, running through a grass field. Look at me now. I'm nice, Tommy Belay. Check me out. I don't trust anybody. Oh, my wife might be listening. I trust my wife. I trust you guys because I need you to do things for me. I trust all of you. I trust Dan Mason.
Well, that's what you put your trust in.
I'd like to see Tim Tebow in baseball pants again. I trust you, Dan Mason.
Do you think sometimes though, if you're, let's say your good friend is a super nice person, just you adore
Yeah.
them, you can say that person is a nice guy or girl. I find sometimes that it could make you a meaner person being around them because you feel like you get angry if somebody says something bad about them. You
Okay.
feel like you have to defend them. Like there was like this one kid we know, just the salt of the earth guy, and some guy we heard was talking crap on him, and we got so
Us?
angry. No.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry. When I say we, like me and my husband found out that
When I say we, I mean someone I care about, not you idiots.
somebody was saying something mean about this guy, and we're like, how dare they? We started saying like terrible things about the person saying mean things, and we're like, are we the mean people? Maybe we're the mean people.
So there's two ways. That's a great point. That'll show up. The other way you feel mean around someone who's really nice is when you realize all of the horrible things you say that everyone else like joins in on or lets
and
go
they don't.
in front of, or they'll just be like, or like, yeah, no, and change the subject really fast. Like, you will never feel like more of a dick than trying to make an uncomfortable joke in front of a nice person. They're not going to scold you,
No.
right? But they're not going to agree with you.
No.
And it's like, oh, that did not land at all.
I know.
I feel bad.
Whoops.
You can
Wrong
be nice.
crowd.
You can be a nice person.
Well, so you and I had a nice friend that we just loved.
Oh, it's amazing how you had no nice people in your brain, and all of a sudden all these nice people are flowing.
But that's the only one I can think of, and it was our boy Tiny Glover.
Sure, yeah.
Just the coolest, nicest person I've ever met.
I agree with you.
And I've never found anybody like him since, before or after.
You've also isolated yourself.
What do you mean?
You don't talk to people.
I talk to people.
You don't go anywhere.
I was talking to Breezy today.
Breezy's not nice?
I wouldn't want to piss her off.
Breezy's not a nice person. I love Breezy. She's not nice. She scares me.
Yeah, me too.
All right, let's take a break.
All right. I'm trying to be nice.
All right, well, you know what'd be nice right now?
Whoa, what's that?
Booty call.
Ooh.
We can't do that anymore on account of being married. But booty calls, it started as a guy thing.
Yeah.
And then women also started participating in the booty call. But there's something new happening. Because it turns out you can predict how your dating life will go based on how the economy is doing when you are dating.
Oh.
And it has changed for some women from a booty call to a foodie call.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. When money gets tight,
Yeah, what do?
you got to get resourceful. And this is an easy way to get free food.
Free?
Yeah. Well, for some people.
Okay.
It is dishonest. Men listening are not going to like this. But what we need to decide is if this makes the people doing it bad people.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Excuse me. Sorry. Just after 9 o'clock this morning. It's Tuesday. You know what that means.
Yeah. What's Kimmy doing in the hood?
That's right. We are about 30 minutes away from where they whine in such a phone alarm. Come back and join us or hang with us. Again, like you got no life.
Yeah.
You're listening to us in the first place. Loser. Where they whining coming up in just about 30 minutes here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, you've heard of a booty call?
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Well, how about a foodie call?
So how does this work?
It is a trend. Women are using dating apps to just get free meals from men
Oh,
when they match up.
okay.
And it's pretty self-explanatory. Women who are hungry will get on the app, match with someone willing to take them out that day, and they'll never meet up. Or, excuse me, they'll meet up. They'll let the guy pay for dinner, and they never have any intention of calling, texting, seeing them ever again. They are going out with them just for the free meal.
So I'm just buying you food.
You got it. The story, which was, by the way, written in a legit publication. It's called Market Watch. It's like a stock market publication.
Yeah.
They talked to a woman named Catherine, and she said that one week, a couple weeks ago, she couldn't afford groceries.
Yeah.
So she set up a date on these apps with a different guy every single
Oh, so
day.
it's always a different dude.
Well, so yes, yeah, because if you see
Okay.
him
I was
twice,
gonna
now you're
say.
going to lead him
Yeah.
on. She set up a date with a different guy every day until her check cleared from her job and she got paid again.
Man.
And it worked. And the trend has taken off, especially with the Gen Z ladies who don't have the financial security other
But does that
generations do.
Gen Z guy have the financial ability?
Oh, they're at least enough to buy you dinner,
I
apparently.
guess.
So how does it work at the end of the meal when you're never going to call that person or anything?
Well, I guess
again?
it's just you would just say, I'm not feeling it, but it was nice to meet
But
you.
that would be so awkward to do that 5 nights in a row.
I mean, you don't even have to go that far. I mean, what do you say to a woman that you slept with that you don't plan on seeing again? I'll call you.
I mean, I'm sure you end dates all the time that you don't.
All right.
You're not, it's just
Okay.
going nowhere.
All right.
Yeah, let's get together again sometime. Yeah, I'll text you sometime. You just never answer.
Hey.
All right. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. The women that are doing these foodie calls,
Yeah.
are they bad people?
Well, I mean, they're just using people, so yeah,
So-
I guess you would have to say they're bad.
They're
Yeah.
bad people.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going into it with the intent to meet somebody.
Okay. So you would agree, Kimmy, these are bad people.
It's a scam, basically. It's a scam.
you're going to take a step further. It's a scam.
It's an ass scam.
Possibly ass scam.
It is, because the guy's getting no ass.
Is it an ass scam, Kimmy?
I don't think it's an ass scam. You're just
Lying.
You're just leading this person on.
It's dishonest.
Yeah.
Okay.
If
No.
you're just doing it for that purpose, then yeah,
Right.
it's kind of a dick move.
All right, so here's the thing. It's hard to defend this, right? But there is another side here.
Yeah.
I mean, the guys that are buying these meals, I'll ask this question. Do you think the majority of men who are going out with these women, buying these meals, are they looking to form a bond that could start a long-term relationship with these women? Or are they trying to get laid?
I'm going to say late.
Okay, so if that's the case, can't you make the argument these women are just beating these guys to the punch?
But I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with a guy just wanting to get laid.
So
and
what
buying
is
dinner.
what is anything wrong with her
Because-
just getting dinner?
Because you're putting on a false front.
So are you?
He literally is trying to get into your pants by buying you food.
Yeah, but you
But
are.
it's an honest transaction.
No, it's not, because you would not sit down at the beginning of dinner and say, I'm going to buy you this dinner so we can have sex. You are leading her on to let her believe that there may be something down the road here.
Quite possibly.
No, without question.
Maybe.
There is no way you would sit down, dating app, blind date, and be like, listen, I'm going to buy you this
But aren't you still kind
panini, and we're going to bang.
of going into it, buying dinner you are wanting to meet somebody?
You're interested. I'm
Especially
interested in
depending
meeting
on
you.
the age.
Yeah.
Like a younger person, yeah, maybe you're just in it for one reason and one reason only. I would think, though, as you age and you are actually trying to find somebody maybe
Sure.
to settle down with.
Okay, but these are younger women we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, you say younger guy. I know a young guy in his mid-40s that was just buying dinner trying to get laid.
Who was that?
You.
You.
You. I mean, look,
Right.
I'm not going to sit here and defend
But I
these
don't think
wo-
it's totally dishonest.
It's the same thing.
a date. A date is means this could lead to something.
Yes, like a relationship.
Yeah. Or at least a night.
But you
Or
don't want a
whatever.
relationship. I mean, look,
Well, I don't know if she may have a magical vagina.
these women are being dishonest, but we're also, as men, being dishonest trying to get laid buying dinner. Because, again, we're not walking in there thinking, ooh, this could be a long-term
Yeah,
relationship.
but you're not against it going somewhere.
Right, if it works out.
Where she's
just
in this
flat out
situation,
lying
it
to you.
just seems like I'm not interested in anything but dinner.
Okay,
Right.
I guess my argument would be this.
What's that?
252 WCMF, 252-9263. As we talk about this new trend, foodie calls, women who are using dating apps when they have no money to just straight up get meals, hooking up with guys, well, matching with guys, going out to dinner, allowing them to buy them food, and then never calling them again. Both men and women in this situation, dating situations, are being dishonest. Most of the time, dating is dishonest. And here's the thing.
Yeah.
As much as I'm team guy
Yeah,
here.
you're probably doing a lot of embellishing on both sides.
Yes, straight up lying. It's not even embellishing, it's lying. I can't say I blame these women because it would be hard from that side of romance, coming as a woman, not to be cynical about where these guys' heads are at walking into that first date.
True.
Men don't have the best track record. You said it yourself.
No, we're pigs.
So why would I, as a woman, I'll put myself in the body of a woman, sup? Why would I walk in there and go, I'm going to completely expose myself and not be a jerk to this guy when, odds might be pretty good. This guy's just trying to use me to get my pants.
All right. I mean, that's a valid argument. And I do put these women down, I guess, for doing it, but I get it.
That was very mature of you to say.
You know what I'm saying?
That was very mature. I don't like it. I don't teach it.
Yeah.
I don't allow it in my house.
I don't preach it.
By the way, this is not a new phenomenon.
Oh,
So dating for dinner, which is essentially the same thing,
yeah.
was popular with our grandmothers and great-grandmothers in the 30s and 40s. Does that make your grandma a bad person?
Well, so they would just go out with these guys to get meals and then not even date them?
Kimmy, Google dating for dinner. In fact, the guys kind of knew what the situation
Why
was.
would they sign up for that knowing that they weren't going to get anything?
Because they still thought they were going to get a foot
Get a
in the
shot?
door. Yeah, I got a shot here. If I buy you dinner, granted you're not looking for anything, I'm going to get to charm you. That's how our grandpappies did it.
All right. Is that because everybody was so poor, like the Depression?
Well, I said 30s and 40s.
That's got to be.
Insane.
Nobody had money.
Yeah, I mean, that would be about the time,
Yeah.
right?
Okay, so they're just doing it out of desperation.
I mean, that's kind of what it is.
Kind of still makes you a tramp-ass old woman.
So your grandmother was a tramp-ass old woman.
My grandmother was a straight-up dick. I told you, my grandmother was just not – I never had a grandmother because one died before I was born, and the other one was just an ass, man. She was just a mean woman, mean old Sicilian woman.
Yeah, but mean doesn't make her, as you put it, a tramp-ass old woman.
She was tramp-ass.
Straight-up tramp-ass. Kimmy, what do we got for dating for dinner?
What they're describing is a little different.
Little hand action.
Dating for dinner has roots in the past, particularly.
Hey, I did the little hand Charleston on his dog that night. Had a delicious serve. What do you say?
Why are you doing a man voice for that? Are you getting HJ so the boys coming home from work?
Well, we had a woman showing it back to us. So sometimes the fellas had to do it.
Never trust a dame to do a man's job. Kimmy, I'm sorry, you were saying. Well, we were doing the
Doesn't matter
Charleston
at
on the
this
penis.
point.
Yes, it does.
The hand Charleston.
So, in the 18th and 19th centuries, courting rituals often involved social gatherings and meals. However, the more casual form of dating, where dinner is simply a social activity between two people, is more recent development, particularly after World War II. I don't know. They're not giving me specific
Okay.
dates
Right.
here.
It is funny, though, back in our grandparents' and great-grandparents' days, women would openly go out with multiple men to the point where those men were, competing with each other.
Yeah, remember they had to all, go to the house and court her and
Yes.
that kind of stuff? Yeah.
But, she would be out with, Jimmy one night
Right.
and then, Steve the
Yeah.
next. And, they would see them walking down the street in Brooklyn. I'm basing it all on early mob movies that I
Yeah.
remember where the
But
guy
yeah, you're right.
Right? It's a very weird concept. Could you imagine, going out with a woman, 4 or 5 times and then you see her with, a guy you know?
Right.
And then you're like, oh, I'll show him.
But
I'll
you're still
take
in
her
the
out.
mix.
Yes, I'll
Yeah.
take her out tomorrow. How you like that? Brandon writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. We're talking about foodie calls, women who are using men on dating apps just for free dinner. Brandon writes, I heard a story of a girl in New York. She took advantage of guys to go to all the Eastern Conference Finals games for free.
Ooh, damn.
The guys bought tickets for her, and she never called them back. I respect it.
All right.
Look, use what your mama gave you, man.
Yeah.
If there are guys stupid enough, which we all were,
Yes.
to do this for
So that
you,
would have been a first date, too.
Yes.
I mean, that's an expensive first date.
Because you thinking you getting something.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to take you to the Eastern Conference Finals. Something's happening.
You're sitting in the garden.
I would think guys would be a little bit. I'm surprised that many guys are willing to do that.
No, but here's the thing.
Just based on like big game, I can only watch it with so many people. I'm very particular about how I consume.
You're also assuming these were actual fans. These could have
Yeah,
been like,
could-
I
good
work
point,
for a
good
venture
point.
capitalist fund.
Yeah, you're probably
In which case, I'm fine taking advantage of that
Yeah.
guy. By the way, this article goes deeper than just foodie call.
What are they saying?
So when we think bad economy, we think of things getting more expensive and the
Sure.
financial struggle. But it turns out it affects us in all kinds of ways. For example, studies suggest that the worse the economy, the more cynical women get about dating, which would lead to what we're talking about here. But it says here, women in bad economies who are dating are less likely to want to see men for second dates.
Oh.
They are less optimistic about first dates before they go on them. Where on the flip side, the better the economy, the more optimistic women are about meeting other people.
So hard time, stingier cooch.
You got it. The better the economy, the more likely
Loose
you are.
cooch. Yeah.
Better economy, looser cooch.
Cooch. It's a loose cooch economy, fellas. Get out there and enjoy that cooch. I will give you the hand, Jocelyn.
By the way, during the better economies, men are also more likely to spend more money on dinner, which makes perfect
Well,
sense.
yeah, because you got some coin. to throw
Exactly. All right, so there is an easy way to weed out these foodie calls.
Okay.
Right?
Split the bill.
Bingo.
I was gonna say because
Dutch.
even she could go into this date thinking he's gonna pick it up, but
Oh.
you never know at the end. Like if,
around. Oh,
if he's not seeing this going anywhere and not picking up on anything on your end, they may just be like, "Hey, you want to split it?"
So I do want to be clear. In the story,
Yeah.
it says that all of these women put in there will not pay for dinner on the first date.
Oh.
Like it's part of like their personality,
All right.
which
Well,
a lot
I
of
mean, you
guys
could
see as a
say
challenge.
that, I
Okay.
We're
guess.
so stupid. Yeah, I'll show her. I'll buy her dinner. Yeah, you like me now? I mean, but you don't like the whole splitting on the first date.
no. No, it kind of cheapens the date.
But again, it's not out of chivalry. It's about you expecting something.
Well, you know, a little something over here, a little something over there.
Okay. Stop doing the hand Charleston on your dong. Please stop the dong hand Charleston. I mean, are we at that point now where the economy, worrying about being taken advantage of as a guy financially, is the smart thing to do? Try and go Dutch every first date?
I mean, I know women that have gone on first dates where they've split the bill, but only because they didn't see it go. They didn't want to see this person again.
Okay. So no, you would say that's a bad move. That's a suicide move for a relationship, potential relationship.
I guess if you really insisted on splitting it, but I would say like if you grab the bill and she's like, "Let's split it," and you say, "Okay, that's fine." Like I don't think that's a bad thing.
Okay, that's different because in this case, to protect myself as a single
right.
man,
I think
would
it would
have
be
to.
maybe a little weird if you really insisted on splitting it.
So there is then no way for me to ensure I'm not being taken advantage of as a man on these dating apps with these foodie calls. That's what you're telling me.
No,
Okay. Have you ever used a man for a free meal?
I don't think so.
Snack Queen has never used a man for a free meal.
Snack Queen.
I've watched you at a Chinese buffet. Don't you lie.
No, I mean
Those
I've been
Baker
on-
Rapscallions
I've been on-
disappeared.
I've been on dates where they've paid, but I did go into it liking this person.
Okay.
But then bailed.
Well, or just I just kind of fizzled out.
Right.
Never mounted to anything.
You know what's funny, too? We as men are so arrogant. This morning doesn't even work. Because I'm sure there are men thinking, yeah, she may think that she's just using me for dinner, but once I get the charm on, once I sit down
yeah.
across from
Yeah.
her, I'm going to change her mind. It'll be a funny story for our great-grandkids, if I knock her up on the first date because I don't want to be in a relationship with her. All right, let's take a break. How'd you like all the hot dogs you could eat for free?
Love a hot dog.
All you got to do is join the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest.
Oh, that's right. It's coming up, 4th of July, right?
Is it 4th of July or
I
is
think-
it
I always thought
Labor
it's on
Day?
the 4th.
It might be the 4th. You're right. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
I know that it's like a big national event and people show up. It's not like a real sporting event. But there was a story yesterday that like consumed the sports news landscape.
Really?
And I cannot understand why
Yeah.
anybody cares.
True.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. I don't get it.
What's the matter?
I mean, I get the draw to it as like a silly like side event and everything. The fact that this guy's a household name is bothersome.
Oh.
The fact that there has been controversy surrounding him is bothersome. And the fact that this story sucked up all the air of the sports landscape during both the Stanley Cup Finals and the NBA Finals yesterday is really bothersome.
What happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF in about 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
It's Tuesday, buddy.
I'm ready.
Kimmy's got her post where they whine, and we do it just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So the Nathan's hot dog eating competition, which is July 4th, you were right, is an American tradition.
Oh, yeah. It dates all the way back to the Civil War.
Does it really?
Well, I think it dates back to the birth of Coney Island because that's how they promoted it.
Oh! Okay, so we've all seen the videos, the highlights of it, where everyone lines up and there's all those people out there, and Uncle Sam is there, which is super patriotic because we watch these people scarf down hot dogs. And a man who made himself famous through this competition was competitive eater Joey Chestnut. And for years, he and Kobayashi faced off against one another until Joey Chestnut finally grabbed the mustard belt, as they call it, as the grandest hot dog eater of all time. Then, a couple of years ago, scandal.
What happened?
Well, Joey Chestnut, the world's best competitive eater, was barred from the Nathan's hot dog event.
What was the controversy?
He had struck a deal with Impossible Foods, which had launched a meatless hot dog.
He went veg.
Yes, and he wanted to eat the meatless hot dog, if I remember correctly, at the Nathan's hot dog eating competition. Nathan's, obviously being the title sponsor, said no, and that created a standoff, which has barred Joey Chestnut from the 4th of July eating competition for years. A week ago,
What happened?
a story surfaced that Joey Chestnut and Nathan's were in negotiations for him to return.
All right, make a comeback.
And yesterday, the biggest name in competitive eating, Joey Chestnut, announced he will be returning to the Nathan's 4th of July hot dog eating competition.
So they got it back together.
He's coming back
All right.
to defend his title.
The headliner. Is he
back
going to
to-
eat hot dogs, though, or is he going to eat the fakies?
That I don't know. If he's bringing Nathan's or fakies.
Yeah.
I'm guessing he's got to eat the Nathans. I mean, just to keep the competition fair.
I got a question.
Yeah.
I got a question. Who cares?
I can't even watch that thing. It grosses me out.
Okay, well, yeah, but you're a bitch with that kind of stuff.
No, it's just shoveling with the dunking the water. and
Oh,
everything.
just shovel it at Dunkin'?
dunking and shoveling.
Dunking and
shoveling.
I don't.
To your point about who cares, it's amazing to me that that's a name everybody knows. They know what he's famous for the most part.
Mhm.
And yet you never see him anywhere.
Well, yeah.
Like he's not the face of anything.
Well, no, he travels to eating competitions around the world. For example, he was at the Buffalo Wing Festival in
Oh, he
Buffalo,
was?
if it wasn't last year, the year before, for the Buffalo Wing eating contest.
Yes.
But I mean, like, he's not in any ads.
What would he advertise?
I don't
Tums?
know. You would think, yeah, maybe. There's probably a lot of opportunity for that. If you're the greatest competitive eater,
Look, I know we live in a country that allows people to get rich and famous
Yeah.
for really stupid things,
Yes.
not even have a talent, and that's great,
Yeah.
right? I think that's a good part of what
I think that's more my point. Like with a name like that, you would think you'd see him more often than you do.
But the fact that this guy is a household
He's famous.
name, everybody, no, he's not famous. He's a household
Yeah,
name.
he is.
If you say the name Joey Chestnut, 80% of people
Yeah.
are going to know who you're talking about, and it's only because he eats hot dogs really fast. And this story was a headline sports news story yesterday.
And it's in the sports. Like, eating is not a sport, to your point.
I mean, I don't think so.
But it's covered by, is it on ESPN?
It might be on ESPN.
Yeah.
Kimmy, can you Google? I think it is on ESPN. They showed
It has
a
announcers.
Yeah.
It has interviews. And I know, like, they even have their stats. Like, you can see all their victories and what they ate.
the world records that they
Yeah.
hold in different kinds of foods. Because, again, the folks that do this Nathan's hot dog eating contest, they are like full-time competitive eaters.
Yeah, just what they make a
ESPN.
living.
Yeah, okay, so it is on ESPN.
So they're sponsored.
Okay, I don't understand. I don't understand.
I mean, the thing that benefits them, there's nothing going on July 4th.
Yeah.
no, Major League. Okay,
I mean, you always
Just slow
you have
time, yeah.
baseball,
You're right,
but you have
you're right.
baseball all summer.
you're right.
And
Usually
it kind of
it's the-
reminds you of eating
it's-
hot dogs, being outside.
Yeah, it's
being
the
at
end
beach.
of the NHL, the NBA. They're usually wrapped up. So, I mean, that it's their time to shine.
Here's the other thing. Have you ever been down there?
Coney Island?
Yeah.
No.
It's not nice.
Oh yeah, it's Coney Island.
It's kind of just cruddy. Like even that area, like where Nathan's is, and I think that's like where the birth of the hot dog was.
Okay.
It's not anything like You could have put it in a nicer area.
Well, Mo, but I
That
mean,
takes
that's,
away from the tradition.
Keep it right down where the grime is.
I mean, you're eating hot dogs.
Yeah.
They're
I
not
know.
like, it's not steak
No,
here.
it's
It's-
right
it's-
where it should be.
It's worse than the Jersey Shore, if that's possible.
252 WCMF. Joey Chestnut, competitive eater, after a disagreement kept him out of the Nathan's hot dog eating contest last year, announced yesterday he will return. He has reached an agreement with Nathan's after a schism involving him signing an endorsement deal with Impossible Foods, which produces a Nathan's hot dog. So now that he's dominated Kobayashi,
Yeah.
and that's gone. And again, I hate myself for knowing Kobayashi's name.
But we do.
I will give you a third name.
All right.
Last year, Patrick Bertoletti was the first man since Joey Chestnut. Was the first man not named Joey Chestnut since 2015 to win the competition.
Oh.
He ate 58 hot dogs in I don't know how long. But Joey Chestnut has won this hot dog eating competition 16 times.
Oh, yeah.
Damn.
He's
So
Tiger Woods.
coming back.
No, he's not. He's a
No.
guy who eats a lot of hot dogs.
I mean,
He's
they do train
Bill
all year
Russell.
round.
Don't you dare.
But
No, he's not. Bill Russell
had
is an
11
American
championships.
He's
This
an
kid's got 16.
Yeah. Pretty impressive.
Now you guys are just being dicks.
He's
I'm not.
the Montreal Canadiens of eating.
No, that's fine. I hate the Canadians.
Name any world competition that you think you could win 16 times.
Well, no, none of them, because I would have to train for it. But
And this one could definitely kill you at any moment.
Yes, yes.
Like you could
For many
choke,
reasons. Yeah.
die from too much, like, I don't know what's in hot dogs, but it could kill you.
okay, there have been players that have died in every one of the four major sports
Yeah.
during competition. Nobody has died during
Which
the
is
Nathan's hot
amazing.
dog eating competition.
Which is amazing.
Okay, I'm just saying it's the least dangerous. If you want to count hot dog eating competitions as one of the top 5 major sports in America. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. It is about that time.
Let's do it.
The Ben hole is wide open.
Oh, it always is.
It is a gaping Ben hole this morning because we did not have a winner.
Well, let's put a man in it.
Or a woman.
Oh, put a woman in there,
Oh,
too.
whatever you put. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you want to try and guarantee your shot, you do it now. Where They Whining happens next here in the break room on CMF. about that time, buddy.
Let's do it, buddy.
I'm excited. I feel good today.
I'm ready to go.
No, shut up. You're never ready to go.
I got my lucky shorts on.
Those are your lucky shorts?
Oh, yeah.
What makes them lucky?
Your mama.
That doesn't even make sense, stupid. That's how I know you're going to fall
Got
in your
lucky
effing
last
face.
night.
Say, oh, see you, Mom. We can go collect our check. It's Tuesday. It's 9 o'clock. It's time for everyone's favorite break room game. Where they whining? We got folks waiting on hold. And if you are new to the game, here's how we play. Kimmy has a post of the neighborhood apps that you guys have been sending her. We greatly appreciate that. Thank you. She then removes all street names and town references. But there are still enough little things in there, Tommy, where if you listen,
Have to listen.
you will be able to figure out what neighborhood in the city, town, or village in the greater Rochester area she is talking about. You call us at 252-WCMF, 252-9263, when we have a phone line open, because this game is so wildly popular. It's hard, Tommy. And you guess where they whining. So as we said before we get to the post, nobody is in the Ben hole this week.
Okay.
Whoever wins goes last in the honorary Ben hole. Chris has a suggestion.
What?
He writes us on Twitter. I think the person that won last time should stay in Ben's hole until we find a new winner.
You had to, like, nestle his hole?
I don't know if Ben can handle somebody in his hole for 2 straight weeks.
Yeah, I mean, he does a lot of sitting and driving.
You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know.
All right.
All right. With that being said, you're feeling good.
Yeah. I think we all are.
I feel great.
Oh, yeah.
Kimmy, how you feel?
I think I feel okay.
Doesn't matter. You're not
No,
playing.
yeah.
You're the referee.
I had nothing to lose.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
let's do the damn thing.
Rockport! Reese! Fairport! Where they whining?
Here to report inappropriate business practices at blank salon.
Shut up.
I went there one time, and it was enough for me to never return. I wanted to try something new since my longtime hairdresser retired. She had a home setup, so for context, I haven't been inside a traditional salon in a while. What a difference in experience. The lack of professionalism between the stylists stood out more than anything. If I managed blank salon, there's no way I would allow my employees to openly talk so much crap about their customers.
That's been since day one.
As soon as
I
someone...
love how he's getting saucy
I know,
about
I
the
know.
salon. Guys, I know salons. Day one, from me being in a salon,
Day
they
one.
talk crap.
As soon as someone would walk out the door, they'd go into the back room and giggle. I knew they had to be talking about the person who just left. I watched them do it a bunch of times while my hair was processing. Everyone around seemed totally fine with it, which makes me feel like it's a regular occurrence. I get that a salon is a place where women traditionally go to talk about their lives and vent, but it shouldn't be done so maliciously. Talking about someone's kids and husband should be off the table. Not my kind of place at all. I hope this post inspires management to do better.
Inspire.
Do not go there if you don't want to get talked about after you leave.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I think both of our heads went to the same spot, Tommy.
Oh, you do?
What are you hearing?
So I'm hearing that they used to go get their hair done at a home salon.
Uh-huh.
So this woman does hair out of the house.
Yes.
Which is old school.
It is old school.
Old school, old Italian ladies.
Okay. I wouldn't go that far.
No, I mean, we know an Italian woman that did it out of her house.
Yeah, I knew an Irish guy that was really good at basketball. I wouldn't stereotype that.
So I'm trying to think of old school neighborhood.
Okay.
It's the Kuwait.
Did you call it the Coit?
It's
The
the Kuwait.
Coit?
The Coit. We're not doing that.
I thought you called
It's
it
the
the
Kuwait.
Coit.
It's the Kuwait.
The Coit?
We're not calling a Rhonda Coit
The
Coit.
It's the Kuwait.
That is not a thing that is going to happen in the break room.
So I'm calling the Kuwait.
Stop it.
Has anybody from Aranda Coit ever called it the Coit?
They should,
No.
shouldn't they?
My dad grew up there. I've never heard him call it the
He's a
Coit.
Kuwaiter?
He is.
He's an old Kuwaiter.
I'm not going to write it down until you say the real name of the town.
The Kuwait.
We're-
Aranda Kuwait.
Thank
Kuwait.
you. They whited in Aranda Coit. All right. I'm glad you did that because you're wrong here. It ain't about old school.
It's so old. That just screams old school.
This is West Side or it's country. That's what this is. West Side is home salon.
Well, you
Phil.
can't go that far out of the country.
Well, what are
Then
you
you're out
talking-
of our range.
No, I understand. That's why I'm going to stick with the West Side here. There are no basement salons east of the Genesee River. That is a fact in Rochester. Kimmy knows I'm telling the truth. If you want to go to a basement salon, you got to cross over the bridge, come over to the West Side. You also, though, have to have a little bit of money do you have the setup for the basement salon?
Bro,
A little bit
money.
of money. Oh, no.
It's so chintz.
It's not chintz. Those chairs are expensive, man.
Some of them don't use the actual chairs.
They use the actual chair. Bro, I had gotten my hair cut in basement salons.
Yeah.
I know people who still operate the basement salons. You're not allowed to talk about it on the radio because this person's afraid they're going to get popped by the IRS. I got to go with the home of the basement salon.
Where are you going?
They whining in Greece.
All right.
You know I'm right, too.
Well, you've taken the biggest target.
Okay, again, you could have taken it. Or should I call
You
it?
went with the Kuwait.
You had not Reese's. The Kuwait. I hate you more than anything in the world.
This is going to be a thing now.
No, it's not. We're not making the Kuwait a thing.
He made the Jeff happen.
He didn't make the Jeff happen.
Here comes the
Sure
Kuwait.
If I get on a story on 13 Web this week.
Here comes the Kuwait sounds like something dirty that we should be bleeping out.
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There is one rule and one rule only.
What's that?
You get one town.
Okay.
And you have to say the name of the town. We're not doing town nicknames. We're not doing that. It's not going to happen. If you hear the town you were going to say while you're on hold, you have two options. You can hang up the phone, call again next week. We will not be mad at you, or pick another town. If you pick up the phone and say, I was going to say, but then away, you have been disqualified. The commissioner has final say. And again, Ben's hole wide open today.
Right.
Nobody in Ben's hole. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Mike. Mike, where are they whining?
Hello?
Mike, where are they whining, buddy?
Hey, I just got to start off. I'm calling in because I'm Armand's coworker, and we are sick of him going missing at 9 o'clock. So I am calling in to beat Armand so we can rub it in his face.
Get him. I hate Armand. I hate Armand during where they whine. He comes in, he's high stepping. God, I hate him. Okay, where they whining, Mike?
I'm going to go with Gates.
Okay, why Gates?
I agree with you, Duffy. I think it's on the west side. Probably a higher Italian residency, like Tommy said.
Was that your politically correct way of saying it's probably an Italian guy doing this or chick doing this?
I give it my best.
Okay, good job, Mikey. All right, Mike, we got you for Gates. Tell Armand he sucks for us, all right?
I will.
All right, Mike, thanks for the call. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Peyton. Hello, Peyton.
Hello, Duffy.
What's up, bud?
So I was thinking the whole time that, is it the lady where she's posting from, or is it where the salon is?
Oh, okay, so where are you going with that there, Peyton?
Because if it's the salon, I'm thinking she went to a salon somewhere. I'm going to go with Webster.
Webster?
But, yeah, if it's from her point of view, I have a completely different choice, which I'm not going to say.
Well, but like, why?
Oh, well, I think you already know why.
Whoa, watch out. Payne's bringing out the big guns.
He's on you, buddy.
Payne's got his tough guy voice on today. I think you already know why. Peyton, we got you for Webster. Thanks for the call. 252-WCMF. Webster is West Side-ish.
Yeah, I mean, there's some old neighborhoods in Webster.
I think we're still stuck on the Italian thing.
Yeah.
We're just trying to think of the town with the most Italian.
Well, where you have a dense Italian population.
Okay, but why do we have it in our heads that only Italian women do hair?
But they kind of invented that
They did.
system of
Italians
hair.
did not invent hair.
No, but they kind of invented this system of under-the-table salons.
That's not true.
Like the dark salons that they ran back in the 30s. That were controlled by the mob.
You're talking about Salonizis.
Yeah.
Yeah. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Caleb. Caleb, where they whining, buddy?
We're going to go with Henrietta.
Bah, why Henrietta?
I don't know. Just putting the feeler out there.
So somebody already picked your town, didn't they, Caleb?
They might have.
Yeah, look at that. Caleb's all disappointed. Caleb's so
A little bit, yeah. But, oh well.
Okay,
It's okay.
All right, great call, Caleb. Thank you. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Chris. Chris, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going to say Penfield.
Wow, what a waste of a pick. Why Penfield?
Why? Because what if, like the other caller said, what if it's where the salon is?
All right, here's the hoops you would have to jump through for this to work, Chris. All right. So this would have to be, Tommy, either someone who lives in Penfield was traveling to the west side to go to the basement salon, which would be strange, unless it was family, or it's someone who lives on the west side that was using the basement salon that then decided to go leave the west side to get their hair done on the east side. I don't see that.
Yeah, it's not. It's the worst pick.
Doesn't make sense.
And I don't want a bunch, so that's my
Okay,
shot.
see, that would have
kind of you.
Yeah, no, that would have been the right thing to say, not the stupid thing you said in the first place, because you suck, Chris.
Oh, that's fine.
All right, great. Chris, thanks for the call. Why are people not as mean as they used to be?
Well, because everybody's trying to live longer. Be nice.
Oh, is that what it is?
Maybe
Yeah,
that
they get that new
inspired some
report.
people.
I love how, Tom, we get that report, the study today that says nicer people live longer, and he's getting meaner because people are trying to be
It's
nice.
irritating me.
252 WCMF, speaking of irritating, a guy who sucks not only according to us,
Yeah.
but according to his coworkers.
Oh.
Armand has snuck away from his coworkers to make his guess. Armand, where are they whining?
I'm gonna go Pittsburgh.
What?
I wasn't even gonna call in today, but I heard sneak this being shot at me, so I was like, "Hey, let me call in real quick."
All right, first of all, you wasted your call.
Why would you take that town?
Because you live there, and it sounds just like you, cheapskate.
Armand, as much as I enjoyed that joke, everyone knows Tommy goes to Trends with a Z. He doesn't go to Basement Trends. And by the way,
Basement Trends.
so Mike called up and says that they say that all your coworkers hate you for sneaking away. Would you like to respond to Mike and the rest of your coworkers?
It's not radio appropriate.
All right, go tell them to their face, Armand. Thanks for the call. 252 WCMF. We'll get one more in before we get a reread for the folks just joining us. Let's talk to Steve. Steve, where are they whining, buddy?
Well, I'm not going to make the same mistake I made last week because I wrote every town down that you guys have already had on there. So we're going to go today with Brighton.
Why Brighton?
Because all the other towns have been picked in the area.
Well, what else were you thinking?
But honestly, I'm not going to say that. You're not going to rope me into that.
I love how people
I
think
don't
they're so
wanna say,
smart.
"Man,
Whoa. I'm sharper than you, man.
Anyway, I'm going to go Brighton. I think it's like I doubt it's an older Italian lady. I'm going to go Brighton. Yeah, I think that's where it's at.
Okay, that's where it's Brighton. Where it's at. Put that on a T-shirt. Steve, thanks.
What's
We're going
happening?
to the 12 Corners Salon, right?
Okay, Steve, thanks for the call. I love how Steve goes, I don't want to waste my time. You know, I wrote all the things down last year. You're calling the show anyway. This is a giant waste of time. Nobody wins anything. We all get mad at each other, and then we go home.
About pride.
252 WCMF. Okay, before we get a reread, actually, let's get a reread first,
All right.
and then I want to talk about something.
Okay.
Go ahead, Kimmy. I'm sorry.
Here to report inappropriate business practices at blank salon. I went there one time and it was enough for me to never return. I wanted to try something new since my longtime hairdresser retired. She had a home setup, so for context, I haven't been inside a traditional salon in a while. What a difference in experience. The lack of professionalism between the stylists stood out more than anything. If I managed blank salon, there's no way I would allow my employees to openly talk so much crap about their customers. As soon as someone would walk out the door, they'd go into the back room and giggle. I knew they had to be talking about the person who just left. I watched them do it a bunch of times while my hair was processing. Everyone around seemed totally fine with it, which makes me feel like it's a regular occurrence. I get that a salon is a place where women traditionally go to talk about their lives and vent, but it shouldn't be done so maliciously. Talking about someone's kids and husband should be off the table. Not my kind of place at all. I hope this post inspires management to do better. Do not go there if you don't want to get talked about after you leave. 252
WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy is in Irondequoit.
Mm-hmm.
I am in Greece. Mike is in Gates. Peyton is in Webster. Kayla is in Henrietta. Chris is in Penfield. Armand wasted everybody's time by picking Pittsburgh. Steve is in Brighton. Okay. So, again, you and I both keyed in on Basement Salon.
Yeah.
And whether consciously or subconsciously, we immediately thought of Italians.
Yes.
There have to be other cultures that are known for cutting hair.
Who
else?
Who would that be?
Okay, black barbershops.
Okay, but that doesn't really fit.
Well, I'm asking.
A woman's salon.
Okay, first of all, how do you know? Have you ever had your hair cut by a black woman?
No.
Racist. No. What I'm saying is, I'm only basing this on MTV Cribs.
Yeah. Okay.
Like the rappers that I followed growing up, and Kimmy can back this up. Like when they got their mansion, they also had like an entire room that was just their barbershop.
Oh, okay.
Right. Like, are we sure that Italians are the only culture that are doing at-home salons? What about Armenians? Don't Armenians they're also known for cutting hair?
Okay, yeah.
Do we have a lot of Armenians in Rochester?
No. We have a lot of Ukrainians.
Do Ukrainians cut hair?
Well, they seem
No,
to
I
have
know
their,
they can.
I
mean,
don't.
like-
I'm guessing many cultures that this is how it started in their country.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Then how come you zoned in on Italians?
Well, most of the Italian immigrants came over here didn't have a lot of money.
No, I understand.
Same as the Ukrainians.
Yes, that's what I mean.
So the poor people that come over, this is how they do.
Yes, I get it. I get it. But you and I both were like, Italians, where are the Italians at? Where are the Italians at? 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Mark. Hey, Mark, where they whining?
I'm going to take a stab at East Rochester.
Ooh, why East Rochester?
Well, for a couple reasons. There are a lot of Italians in East Rochester.
Okay, we're stuck there again.
I know we just talked about that.
Okay.
But there are a lot of Italians in East Rochester. And for the second reason, I think when I was a kid, I may have gotten my hair cut in one of those basement salons. And I grew up in East Rochester, so
Okay.
I'm going with East Rochester.
Okay, all right. Mark's going to
Those are valid points.
But again, we only agree with him because there's a lot of Italians in East Rochester. Mark, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Barber. Barber, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go with Park Avenue.
Oh, that was stupid. Why Park Avenue?
Because there's only about 20 hair salons between Alexander and Culver.
Yeah, but they all have signs out front.
Now remember, she's switching to a new regular salon that has multiple employees. So that's like the area that has all these young, up-and-coming hairstylist people.
So this old lady wants to go to the hip, trendy joint on Park Avenue.
To be fair, we don't know that she's old.
Yes, we do.
How do we know?
Because she's Italian. She's old.
We don't know she's Italian.
Old Italian woman.
We don't know any of these things. I mean, Barber might have outsmarted us. Probably not. He's Barber.
What young girl is going to like underground barber or underground salon?
I mean, I know people that cut hair at home.
Kimmy. And she's not young anymore. She old.
She's old, half
Kimmy,
Italian.
Kimmy was.
And two things you're wrong about. Well, one thing you're wrong about, Duffy. My mom's hair lady, it's in Irondequoit, and she does hers out of her home. So, yes, the East Side does do home cutting. And also, when Tommy goes to Trends, do they have like 2 or 3 of those old school phone books for him to sit on so he can get up higher from the chair? Cricket cuts.
All right. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. We're all better for that.
Right.
Let's talk to Cody. Cody, where they whining, buddy?
Man, I think that study you guys talked about earlier is BS, because if nice guys lived longer, you two would be dead already.
Oh, Cody,
Hey,
come
got
on, buddy.
Drop dead.
I'm going to go with Fairport.
Why Fairport?
Why'd you say it like
Almost
that?
solely on the number of salons per capita out in Fairport. I also think that the person making the post is not living in Fairport, but coming to Fairport for a salon. And they don't understand that Facebook's a pretty happy town. The girls are going to go out back and laugh all the time. They're probably not exactly talking about the customers most of the time. But this is going to be some snob, probably from one of the neighboring towns where Tommy's from, that doesn't understand that kind of humor. So this is definitely coming from Fairport.
Man, that's a lot of explanation for a crappy pick.
Yeah, you're not even close, man. You think this
I have
old
a lot of
Italian woman is
explanation
driving
every
from
week,
the west
and it never
side
gets me anyway.
in her late husband's Crown Vic to get her hair cut in Fairport?
All his battleship hats in the
Yeah.
back. Cody, we got you for Fairport, buddy. Thanks. 29263. Let's talk to Redneck. Hey, Redneck. First of all, sorry you didn't win Rochester's
I
Sexiest
told
Dad.
you I wouldn't get no votes.
Well, yeah,
no
no, I
votes
mean,
for Redneck.
we all saw your picture. We kind of felt the same way, buddy.
Yeah, well, you know, this has got Canandaigua written all over it.
Ooh.
Because you got those bitchin' boat snobs that don't take themselves mentally off the boat when they go to work.
Wait, okay, hold on. Are the bitchin' boat snobs the people getting their hair cut or the people working in the salon?
That's a new band name I just made up for you.
Thank you. No, wait, are the bitchin' boat snobs the one working in the salon or the person getting their hair cut?
The ones working in the salon, because they can't take themselves mentally off the boat when they're bitching about everybody else and rumoring everything, that they bring it into the salon,
I
and
didn't know that was
there
a
you
verb.
go.
Okay.
They're just bitching all the time.
So most of the people that
Yeah.
work in salons own boats?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. That's just my thing.
Redneck, thanks for the call. But
Okay.
here's the thing. I want to make fun of him, but I don't know enough about Canandaigua to make an educated decision.
Yeah, I don't know if it's got a lot of salons down there.
I mean, look, it is a town of have and have-nots. You could have a lot of underground salons.
Oh, okay.
Right?
The country salon.
Right? Maybe I don't know because I said
I just need a bucket and some shears.
I did theorize West Side or country, and that would qualify.
All right.
All right. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We have come to our final stop here.
All right.
The Ben hole, as we said, is wide open with no winner last week. Andrew writes us as we try to figure out what to do with an empty Ben hole.
Yeah.
He says, I have a better idea. Tommy and you are both in the Ben hole until a new winner is picked.
So we're both squeezed into the Ben hole.
Could we both get into the Ben hole at the same time?
I think we'd have to go single file. I don't think we could go side by side.
All right, whatever you do, don't look me right in the face. No eye
Do we
contact.
jump in together like Thelma and Louise?
Or we have to hold
Hold
hands.
hands.
By the way, don't let your foot touch my foot or anything either. It's not good. 252 WCMF. Peter from the Ben hole. Peter, where they whining, buddy?
Hilton.
Why Hilton?
Because there's like 3 salons on the main street. It's like a mile long.
Okay. I don't hate that. How did we go this long without Hilton?
Yeah.
All right.
Right.
All right. Great talking to you, Peter. Hey, always a pleasure, buddy.
Mr.
Thank you.
Personality.
There he is. There goes Peter. I got to run. It's a mile. And I got salons on it. We were doing really funny threesome jokes with Ben, and then Peter ruined it. All right. We might have bunched too much. No, there was a big east side push in the middle there. It was like a run. You know, Kimmy, like when a quarterback.
Like one person picks it and then it spirals.
It's like in the NFL draft when a quarterback gets taken, and then all of a sudden there's a run on quarterback.
Go.
All right, Tommy is in Irondequoit.
Yeah, I got the quit.
Shut up. I am in Greece. Mike is in Gates. Peyton is in Webster. Caleb is out in Henrietta. Chris is in Penfield. Armand, who his coworkers say sucks so hard, is in Pittsford. Steve is in Brighton. Mark is in East Rochester. He has repressed memories that surfaced of him getting his hair cut in an underground salon. Barber is on Park Avenue. Cody is out in Fairport. Redneck is in Canandaigua. Peter from the Ben Hole is in Hilton. Are we ready?
Yes.
All right, I feel good. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Come on, Kimmy.
Uh-oh.
She doesn't look happy. She doesn't look happy, which is good for one of us usually. Yes! I see it! I see it!
Well, we do have a winner this week.
Damn it, she's too
And
happy.
I think this is a first-time winner.
Damn it!
If I'm not mistaken. Because they whining in East Rochester.
Wow! Look
And he's
at
a
that.
native.
Yep, Mark. Mark,
I don't think Mark's won before.
Mark, who may have gotten his haircut in East
Maybe
Rochester.
this is just
As a
line
child.
this person's talking about.
Hey, Mark is a very common name.
Look at
Kimmy. Well, congratulations to Mark. I mean, look, it makes sense.
Yeah.
I feel stupid because I went West Side immediately. You should feel stupid because we're not using that name for the town that you
Wait,
said.
the Quate?
Shut up.
They got to make some T-shirts.
No, it's not Irondequoit. It's Irondequoit.
Yeah, you
Quate.
keep calling it Quate.
Yeah.
Quate.
Quate. It'd be Quate.
No, like he's trying to
Quate.
explain why he did it. He goes, yeah, it's a Quate.
Quate.
A Pope quote. Congratulations to Mark in East Rochester.
Yeah.
But to be fair, we don't know if this post was from a woman who's in East Rochester at the salon.
Yeah, true. I
Or-
don't know where the salon was, maybe.
And I guess we learned that no matter how hard we try,
Yeah.
Italian women can't shake the stereotype of the basement salon. All right, congratulations. I mean, that means next week, Mark will be all alone,
Yeah.
all up in the Ben hole.
Damn.
All right, we got to take a break. We are finally getting glimpses and details about Josh and Haley's wedding.
Oh.
And there was something that happened at the end of the wedding. Did you see this, Kimmy? How they capped the
happened
whole
at the
night off.
end?
They capped the whole night off doing this.
Oh. Usually it's fireworks.
No, this has become a trend in venues
Okay,
that have one of these.
Oh, then no, I did not see.
And I don't get it.
Oh.
Because it has to be the worst way to end like a really fun night ever. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CM. This is becoming a trend, and granted, it's a trend that folks with money can only participate in because you would have to have one of these where someone is getting married.
Okay.
But apparently, Josh and all his boys did this at the end of his wedding, and it makes zero sense.
Well, they do.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. So this week we are learning more about Josh Allen and Haley Steinfeld's wedding. We discovered that guests had to sign an NDA. We also learned this week, according to Haley Steinfeld, who wrote about and shared pictures of the wedding in her publication website, The Bow Society. Have you guys seen this?
Nope.
I only saw it because of their wedding pictures.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what happened?
So we have a couple of details. It was a no-phone wedding.
Okay.
So everybody that had a phone had to surrender their phone walking in. The after party had a DJ, a cigar bar, a live band, grilled cheese sandwiches, and cookies with milk.
That's a weird mix.
I'm in on it.
Yeah.
All right, booze and grilled cheese and milk.
I don't
Who
understand.
doesn't want that?
I mean, I
And
was
cigars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just don't do it all at once.
All right.
Also, Josh, at one point, according to Haley, jumped on the stage with the band during the reception.
Okay.
Which is like the most Josh Allen
Wrapping
thing.
things up. Yep.
You got it. However, it was the end of the night that is bothering me.
So how'd they cap it off?
According to Haley Steinfeld, Josh and a bunch of other folks from the wedding finished the night by jumping into the pool.
Oh, yes.
Like fully
I've seen
dressed
this.
in their suits.
Everyone jumped into
Yeah.
the pool. Yes. So you've seen this trend.
Just the guys?
this. They do it
Sounds
for
like
the
everybody.
end of the night,
Oh.
like group photo or picture.
Everybody jumps in
and-
the pool.
They hold hands.
Yeah.
Let's ruin our clothes.
Thank you, right? Like, I mean,
Well, I know, and I've seen women do it in their wedding gowns. And I'm like, that's when you see like the price tag on those wedding gowns, like you treat that thing with like I'm afraid to put it on.
do you still have your wedding dress?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
That's weird to me.
But it's one of those, you make such an investment in it that even though you may never wear it again, you just
Can't
want
throw
to
it
have
out.
it. I can't bring myself to do anything with it.
But like, okay, like, you don't have kids. Like, I
No.
guess I get the idea. Like, it's also arrogant sometimes. And I know my wife is thinking about doing
Mm.
this, and I'm glad she's at work.
Yeah.
Like holding onto your dress for your daughters to wear.
Yes.
Yeah.
Assuming your daughters.
I don't know
Does
if
that ever
everybody-
happen?
And I don't know if everybody hangs on to it thinking that their kid's gonna wear it.
But has
Because
that ever happened? Where the
yeah, it
daughter
has.
wears that old
It
ass
has.
dress?
I've seen it happen, but usually it's altered in some way where it's kind of made into a new dress.
But you're putting a lot of pressure on your kid.
Right.
Right?
Well, and
you
you'd
want
also have to be the same size.
Yeah, also
and,
a problem.
I mean, it has to line up. It's pretty rare that it all lines up.
All right, so I do this. Let's say I go to a wedding, right?
Yeah.
We all jump in a pool.
Yeah.
Now I'm wet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to go home.
Yeah.
In a wet,
Yeah.
fully dressed suit.
And you got like 4 layers on because you got the jacket, the
Bro,
pants,
you're
the
loaded
shirt, the
up.
vest, right?
Yeah.
Unless like you're staying at this place, like if it's
But
at a
it is
hotel
still-
or something.
I don't want to slosh off in my wet clothes. By the way, what do I do with them all night? I got to hang them in the shower?
Thank you. And like I don't know how many people own tuxedos that
Yeah,
went to this
true.
Josh
Might have
Allen
to
wedding.
return that
Could you imagine going back to Tuxedo Junction the next day?
Here's your moist suit. Man, I was really dancing up a storm last night. I was sweating so much.
Somebody explain this. Is it just everybody's so drunk that they don't
It's gotta
understand
be.
what a terrible idea this is? But I've seen this at like multiple weddings, not weddings I've been to, pictures
Yeah.
of people holding hands and jumping in the
Yeah.
pool at the end of the night.
Is there I know there's some sporting events where you jump in the water at the end. I've
What?
seen that. I've seen a couple of golf events where they've jumped into the
Oh,
water.
I've seen it. Okay.
I've seen it in races too.
What?
So when they run Formula One in Monaco, they jump in the ocean. They jump right in the water.
Oh, do they jump in the ocean
Yeah.
in Monaco?
Yeah.
When you're watching Formula One, you bitches.
Yes,
bitch.
but that's
Shut
that's
up.
all I could think
And
of.
you only know that not because you watch Formula
I
One, but
know.
you watch the
I know.
Formula One docuseries.
Seriously, I can't watch
And the
the
golf.
races.
He watches both of those.
Yeah.
I guess, where did that start and what's the idea behind
I
it?
thought maybe
I thought-
sports kicked it off.
Okay. it's
I
some
thought it was
decent
just more for like the photo opportunity. I don't know.
But you're saying the guys and the girls jump in.
Yeah.
Everybody, according
It's like
to
the wedding
Everybody
party.
jumping in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, here's the other thing, too, right? Like, a guy jumping in the pool is stupid.
Mm-hmm.
I would be worried as a woman, like those bridesmaids dresses. right?
They could get heavy.
Okay,
in
so
the
you're going to
water,
drown,
yeah.
right? Like, I would be
Yeah.
worried about drowning.
You lose 2 girls every season.
But, like, also, like, when you get out of that pool, what's coming out with the dress? Like, there's a boob coming out.
Oh, no,
yeah.
those little pasties, or like the little like the nipple covers. It looks like chicken cutlets almost.
Yeah. Can we talk about
Those things could be floating around in the pool.
Are you familiar with these?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know those were a thing until I met my wife.
Yeah, yeah.
And when you
Pretty
find
common actually.
But when you find them not knowing what they are
Yeah.
in your bathroom.
Oh, it's shocking when you forget you're wearing them.
Also has happened. Yeah.
Like you'll go to like put your pajamas on. You're like, oh yeah, forgot those things were on.
No, try
It's a
like-
little shocking when you catch yourself in the mirror.
Try getting sexy with somebody and they still got
Well, and you gotta like peel them off. Sometimes it kind of hurts.
Well, like,
if
okay.
they've been stuck there for a while.
Well, that's if your hand gets there first.
Yeah.
You know.
True.
If it doesn't, it's like you're chewing on a water balloon.
I'm also thinking like you're in a wet dress. It's going to be a little revealing.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, like you can see right
There's a
through
lot
the
of
damn.
layers. It, like those gowns are made with a lot of layers.
Well, also, we talked about this earlier this week. Kimmy says every woman wearing that stuff is going to wear Spanx anyway.
Yep. Yeah, you got You're all sucked in underneath.
So it's I guess women may be better off because it's like they're already wearing a wetsuit.
Yeah, you're scubaed up.
But then if you got to
but
get
I'm just thinking how heavy that dress could be. It could limit like your movement in the pool, which seems
So you got to
very
help them out.
dangerous.
You had to get to the pool, start pulling women out.
Yeah, it's like Titanic. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Haley Steinfeld, Josh's new wife. By the way, is she going to keep her last name? Do we know this?
I would think so.
They'll do that hyphen thing.
But I haven't heard her referred to as Haley Steinfeld Allen.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, no, she's an actress. She probably keeps the name.
Yeah, I think she keeps the name.
Does she keep the name legally? Like, I want to see what her driver's license looks like.
Well, ask her when you see her.
Let me see it. Haley Steinfeld Allen reveals in her website, newsletter, whatever the hell you want to call it, all the information we did not have from the wedding that we were waiting. By the way, to have access to the Bow Society, which is like her thing.
Yeah.
I wanted to see all this stuff.
Yeah, you got to pay for it.
No, well, I don't know if you have to pay. You have to enter your name, email, birthday.
So what is it?
It's like
Is it like a blog?
I guess
It's hers, though?
Yes.
Is this all about her?
Yeah, it's like her thing.
It's going to be boring as crap.
Well, I don't know. I mean, if you're a big Haley Steinfeld fan, it works. Again, you do not understand what a star this woman is.
Is it more about like event
Like her movies?
or does she cover like I don't know how to put it, like PR things?
Again, I
wet
would
fashion?
I would love to tell you, but I'm not going
Yeah.
to give all my information
No,
to
because
Haley Steinfeld Allen.
Because you'll never look at it again.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't really care. They have an Instagram,
Yeah.
so I'm on her Instagram, but it's only got one picture of her and Josh, and she looks like she's wearing feathers.
Oh.
Yeah, I think she did a couple outfit changes.
Josh-
So I guess that makes more sense why you jump into the pool because like by dress number 3, I don't care anymore.
She did not jump into the pool.
Oh, I
she
thought
stayed
they
out.
all did.
No, everybody but
Wait,
Haley.
she didn't jump
She
in
did
the
not go
So
into
it's
the
That's a
Okay.
tell, bro.
What? Shut
That's a
up.
tell.
Oh, I
That's
think
a-
it's a
What?
smart
That
move.
she's the smart one?
Yeah, you guys go have fun. I'm gonna stay dry.
That's not a good move.
No, I think you're
that's that's a flag.
I could see all the groomsmen doing it. Not
No,
the
but if your
bridesmen.
girls jump in and you
Oh, I
don't,
Did the girls jump in
It
too?
did say that some girls, I don't know. I would take that actually as more romantic. I am here to take care of you when you get out of the pool.
that's like I'm too good to get wet. I look good, I ain't getting
That's
wet.
you. That's what you just described.
They do call him the Haley Steinfeld Allen of
Because
the
I could
break room.
totally see you as a groomsman be like, I don't wanna do that. My shoes will get wet.
And you can sign up for his new newsletter,
What's it called?
The Ho Society, started by his mom and handed down to Tommy. He's a big old hoe. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Stacy. Stacy says, stop being sticks in the mud. I did this last year at my cousin's wedding. It's so much fun, and it's not that big a deal. You dry off pretty quick in the summertime. It's dark outside.
Yeah.
It's always dark at the
I
end.
guess at that point it's the end of the night anyway, so probably
You're drunk.
most people have left. So
I'm
it's
guessing you're
just-
drunk.
But, like, what venue with a pool is going to, like, not freak out if you do
Right.
this? Because, like Tommy said, even if you are staying there, you're traipsing through this
Yeah,
venue. Just
where am I going?
Yeah.
Like that day, you're going to warp the dance floor.
Yeah.
All right. Before we go to commercial,
Yeah.
we do have something we have to give you.
Great.
You can head to the contest page right now at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Jackal.
Jackal.
They're coming to the Vine Showroom at Del Lago Resort and Casino June 27th. Tickets are on sale right now at DelLagoResort.com. You must be 21 years of age or older to attend a show at the Vine. We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the Break Room on CMF. Rapparoo.
Audio Tuesday,
For a
Rapparoo.
Tuesday break room CMF. That makes tomorrow Wednesday. You know what that means?
Hate, Pat. A lot of hate.
Hate mail of the week. About 2 weeks ago, we recapped a story that was on 13 Wham that talked about ChatGPT and the issues teachers are having educating students in this world where they can go online and get an answer to anything they need, then have that ChatGPT write a paper for them. Teachers were sounding the alarm saying that this is going to keep kids from learning the way they need to. We explained this to you because you didn't know what ChatGPT was.
No, I did not.
And you saw this as a positive.
Yeah.
That this was just another tool for kids to use.
Yeah, this is what the future is going to be.
Okay. Well, another man who had never heard of ChatGPT
Hear what he
is
said.
on your side also.
Another cool guy.
And it's interesting because I feel like you and this man don't fully understand what is happening.
Oh.
And we'll get to that
Okay.
and a whole bunch more tomorrow in the break room on CMF. By the way, if you are a sports fan, soak it in as much as you can right now.
Oh, what happened?
We are just about to the dark times.
The dark time.
Well, tonight, I believe the Florida Panthers can win the Stanley Cup, Game 6 of the Stanley Cup tonight in Florida. And then the Oklahoma City Thunder, they won last night. So they are a game away from winning the NBA Finals.
Okay.
And as soon as that happens, it is nothing but baseball.
Baseball.
So tonight, 8 o'clock TNT, Game 6 of the Cup Finals. You may see the Cup.
Okay.
I don't know. I think tomorrow night is
Thursday, I think.
Is it Thursday?
Yeah.
Go to the NBA.
Yeah. So then it's
And then that's it.
Yeah.
it's all done until preseason.
Let's watch the Pirates.
I'm gonna make an effort to watch more baseball this year, Major League Baseball.
Man, how the hell can you watch baseball?
The pitch clock has sped it up.
Well, you know it's
Not
kind of
enough.
fun right now too. The College World Series going on. Sometimes like I'm not like seeking it out, but when it is on, I kind of get sucked into
Did a
that.
kid from Arkansas pitch a perfect game last night?
I did not catch that.
I thought he did.
It's excitement in Omaha.
Why Omaha?
Rosenblatt Stadium.
For a guy who doesn't care, you know a hell of a lot about it.
I know.
Well, the name just sounds so funny.
We got to get out of the way.
Rosenblatt.
For Kimmy,
Yeah.
who does not find Rosenblatt funny.
How do you not?
For Tommy Muley, who taught us all how to do the hand Charleston on your dong today.
Hey, it's called the Rosenblatt.
You don't have to do the
I
J-O
know, I
motion
know.
when you do it.
Oh, yeah, sell it.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning at the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.